Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good evening, depending on where you're joining us online today. Well, I'm very pleased to announce the opening of session 3 on inequality and central banking. And just like yesterday, if you have any questions or comments about the topics that are related to this session, please note that you can leave a message by scanning the QR code displayed on your screen or by using the Q&A link on your YouTube screen. So please use this online Q&A function as you please to actively participate in our discussions today. So without further ado, let me introduce the moderator of session 3, Dr. Ki-young Park, member of the Monetary Policy Board of the Bank of Korea. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Park with a big round of applause.
Good morning and good evening for the other part of the world. And my name is Ki-young Park, and I'm a member of the Monetary Policy Board at the Bank of Korea, and I will moderate this session titled Inequality and Central Banking. Before going to our session, I would like to thank the organizing committee and staffs at the Bank of Korea for having this wonderful conference with the incredible list of speakers. And during this 2-day conference, we discussed the several aspects of macroeconomy in which monetary policy is relevant, for example, technology and employment. And to some of the people, I think that the main topic of this session, the inequality, excuse me, so inequality might be a little bit remote, the topic from the main interest of the central banks, but the things are changing very rapidly, and especially after the global financial crisis. So we economists actually start to tackle the questions like if monetary policy affect the inequality, and if so, then in what mechanism? And we also try to answer if monetary policy can be used to address the problem of inequality, something like that. So I think we have many important questions unanswered, and I think we need to move forward this way. And so in this regard, I think we have a very right person at the right timing. So the main speaker of this session is Professor Atif Mian from Princeton University. And as already know, he's the author of the very popular book, which is also critically acclaimed, The House of Debt. And also, he has published a series of very influential papers that shape and enhance our understanding of how debt and macroeconomy are interconnected. In this session, he will make a combined presentation of 2 papers. One is that indebted demand, which is a rather theoretical paper, and is already published in QJ last year. And the other one is the saving law for the rich, which is the more empirical-oriented paper based on indebted demand. And as a personal aside, I'm very honored to introduce Professor Mian because he was my dissertation advisor when I was the PhD student. So I'm very happy to be here. And also, concerning the discussion, we have 2 great economists. So Dr. Sevim Kösem and Dr. Makoto Nakajima. Dr. Kösem is the senior economist at the Bank of England, and her research focuses on the macrofinance and international economics, and her recent working paper analyzed the relationship between house prices, mortgage debt, and inequality, especially in low-interest environment. And Dr. Nakajima, he's the economic advisor and economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, and his active research focuses on the analyzing how income and wealth inequality affect the macroeconomic dynamics. So I think that both of them are great choice for our session. And let me tell you about our format of our session. So the main speaker, Professor Mian, will have 30 minutes for presentation, and discussant will have 15 minutes each, and then the mic goes back to Professor Mian for rejoinder, and then we'll use the remaining 20 minutes for general discussion and questions. So Professor Mian, could you take over and start your presentation?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it takes some time to put your slide on screen. So.
Okay, let me know when when I can start, because I am sharing my slides.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thanks to the Bank of Korea for inviting me. It's terrific to be able to share my work with all of you, and of course, Ki Young. It's great to see you. Would have been nicer if I could see you in person, but I hope we'll be able to do that soon. It's always a pleasure to see your students attain great success. I'm very pleased to see you. Um, Ki Young also did a very nice job of kind of setting up my talk. As he said in the beginning, typically when we think about central banks, we don't think of inequality as kind of a first order issue. You know, it might be an important political issue, it might be an important kind of moral question, it might even be an economic question, but it's typically not associated with central banks and central banking. And so what I'm going to uh, talk about today is in two parts. Discuss how inequality actually is very closely connected to central banking in the modern advanced world. I'll do that in, as I said, two steps. First, I'll provide a conceptual framework for thinking about the connection between inequality and what central banks do, which is conduct monetary policy. So I'll explain the conceptual framework. I'll highlight the basic premise of that conceptual framework that makes everything come together um, uh, in terms of this connection between inequality and central banking. And then the second half of my talk will turn towards empirical data. And there I'll try and argue that, in fact, the conceptual framing that I provide has a lot of empirical bite as well. That is to say, that these connections between inequality and central banking that I will try and highlight, they are actually, they appear to be quite relevant empirically as well. So that's the broad outline of what I'll try to do today. So let me start with the conceptual framing. And the conceptual framing is based on two basic facts that we kind of already know. They're reasonably well known in terms of first human behavior and then trends in recent decades. So first, the fact of kind of human behavior, if you will, is that the very rich tend to behave quite differently from the rest of the population on one important dimension, and that is their consumption saving decisions. So here, to illustrate that point, I have a graph from a JPE paper from Dillon et al., where they estimate saving rate out of permanent income. And it shows this basic fact of human behavior that the very rich, they tend to save a significantly higher fraction out of their lifetime or permanent income than the rest of the population. Now, I'm going to argue that this fact alone is actually quite powerful in establishing a connection between inequality and central banking. So that's kind of, this is basically the only premise I need to get the conceptual framework going that I'm going to show you next. The second fact that makes this human behavior salient at the macro level is something very well known, which is this rise in inequality globally. It's not just a US phenomena, it's happening the world over, especially in advanced economies where, you know, which really matter the most in terms of central banking. And that is the share of income going to the top 1% has almost doubled over the last 4 decades or so. And so when we talk about inequality, I want people to keep in mind that it's not just a broad rise in inequality, it's a rise in inequality of kind of an extreme type. That is, it's really the share of income going to the very top, the top 1% or even higher. It's really that rise in inequality that is sort of a hallmark of what we have seen around the world. And that becomes really salient in the context of thinking about central banking, as I'll show soon. All right, so taking these basic facts as given, if we embed these two facts into a very otherwise straightforward model of supply and demand, so to speak, it generates this force that we call indebted demand. So let me first of all explain what I mean by indebted demand, and then I'll talk about its implications for central banking and monetary policy. So if we live in a world, which seems like we do live in that world, where the rich save more out of lifetime income, number one, and number two, inequality or extreme inequality, as I've just mentioned, rises, in that environment, we have a problem. The problem is that as inequality rises and more share of the income is going to households who are going to try and save a larger fraction of it, aggregate demand, all else equal, will tend to contract, which is obviously not possible in equilibrium. And so the only way this economy can maintain the same level of aggregate demand is for these very rich households who are becoming richer to lend to the relatively less well-off households through the form of debt. And that debt or credit creation generates additional demand that can maintain this economy back at the level that it used to be. And so we can sustain the same level of aggregate demand. That's sort of the basic notion. However, this rise in demand is indebted in nature, because notice in my narrative, this rise in demand, because of the additional saving at the top, is being driven by this additional debt that the economy takes on. And that indebted demand that is needed to keep aggregate demand at the same level generates a problem. And it is at that stage central banking becomes relevant. And that problem is that the only way for this economy to sustain that higher level of debt next period is for the interest rate to fall. Because keep in mind, if inequality sustains at this higher level, the only way the relatively poor or non-rich, let's say, can sustain that higher level of debt is if interest rate falls, so they can not only sort of pay back the old debt, but borrow even more, because next period you'll again need to generate that additional demand that I talked about. And so you get in motion this cycle that rising inequality is associated with rising debt to sustain aggregate demand and falling interest rates. And this interest rate that I'm talking about is the natural rate of interest, or R star as it is typically referred to in the sort of the central banking or macro lingo. And so that puts in motion this indebted demand cycle that if inequality continues to rise, then the economy will need to generate ever higher levels of debt to sustain the same level of aggregate demand. And that is only possible if interest rates continue to fall. And of course, this can continue to go on until interest rates get close to zero, when we fall into what is very well known as the zero lower bound problem, or debt traps, liquidity traps environment. And so that's sort of the broader framework that links inequality to central banking or monetary policy. Let me give you a little bit more. I just sort of described that as a narrative. Let me formalize this narrative a little bit more. Hopefully, that will give some additional intuition to the audience here. As I said, it's really based on one premise that in some level, their model is extremely simple. And at a certain level, that's also the strength of this model, that it does not rely on too many bells and whistles or too many moving parts. It just relies on this one basic assertion or assumption, which we can then test in the data. And that assertion, as I've already mentioned, is that the very rich save at a higher rate. So what does that mean in terms of utility function? And so this is one thing I want to highlight. We're all very used to, for example, thinking about utility functions like the log utility function. Those kind of utility functions, as is well known, belong to this class of homothetic preferences, where again, one of the implications of homothetic preferences is that as people get richer, they don't tend to save at a higher rate out of their permanent income. They all save at the same rate, whether they're rich or poor. In order to explain what we actually see in the data, preferences have to be non-homothetic. And here you're seeing how I'm making preferences non-homothetic by adding this utility term where people also care about accumulating wealth, which is A here. So this V of A term is added to illustrate that key non-homotheticity that we observe in the data. What happens once people, in addition to consumption, also care about accumulating wealth at a certain level is that as they become richer, saving becomes a luxury good, essentially. And so they would want to save more as they get richer, generating that theoretical prediction, which is verified in the data. But the very first slide I showed you that the very rich tend to save at a higher rate. Okay, this is just one sort of ingredient that we can add to sort of our preferences, but it has very deep implications, and that's kind of the point of this conceptual framework and this paper that we wrote that's titled Indebted Demand. So let me now illustrate some of those deeper implications of this rather simple and straightforward addition to preferences. The basic change that occurs is that the typical Euler equation, we can solve for on the sort of the demand side of the economy the usual way. The typical Euler equation looks a little bit different than what we are used to. So let me illustrate that difference graphically, because this is sort of the math, but let me illustrate this graphically because it's very straightforward that way. So this is the usual thing that we are used to in macro models. That is, the interest rate is pinned down by the discount rate of the representative agent. So R equals rho, for example, in a model with no growth. And the savers in this economy that has homothetic preferences would generate this prediction that regardless of the amount of borrowing that this economy needs, the interest rate is always going to be pinned down by the discount rate of the economy. And so you can think of this R, the red line, as the natural rate of interest, or R star, that obviously central banks have to worry about. So another way to rephrase the whole thing is that typical central bank models, because all macro models typically that we tend to use, they are based on these homothetic preferences. So another way to say the same thing is that the typical model used by central banks has this homothetic feature that essentially means that the supply of credit is a flat line. It's available at, no matter the demand, it's available at interest rate R. And so now if you add a credit demand function that is typically downward sloping, the lower the interest rate, the more people are willing to borrow, that simple intuition, we can now find the equilibrium interest rate in this economy. And the key thing is, so it's the intersection of these two lines here is the equilibrium interest rate, or R star, in this economy. But the key point, since we are talking about inequality, is that in these kind of frameworks, which again, I'll emphasize are the typical frameworks used by central banks, notice that a rise in inequality has zero effect on R star. Why? Because I can change inequality in this economy with homothetic preferences, and basically the red line does not move. And so nothing happens. In terms of R star, and so that in a way also summarizes the intuition that Young talked about, that we typically don't think of, that's the reason we don't think of inequality as a big issue when thinking about R star or central banking. Now let me illustrate what happens if I change this homothetic model to a non-homothetic model of the sort that I just described. So nothing changes on the borrower side. We still have the same credit demand function, but something very important changes because of that non-homotheticity on the credit supply side, which is now reflected in this new red line. And the main difference between the flat line I was showing you before and this new red line is that it is downward sloping. So let me give you the intuition for why this new credit supply schedule in this non-homothetic environment is going to be downward sloping. The basic reason is that in this economy, if we want the savers, who are typically going to be the rich in this world, if we want them to hold more debt, that is only possible if they are richer, right? Because they're holding this debt on the asset side of their equation. So in a way, if they are richer, they will naturally want to save more, which is to say their effective discount rate is going to be lower because they now are richer and their love for saving is stronger, which means the effective discount rate is going to be lower. So in a way, this makes the long run saving supply schedule downward sloping, which is what I'm showing you graphically. And once again, the equilibrium interest rate will be given by the intersection of these two lines as before, which is represented by the green dot here. So now let's do the key thought experiment that we all are here for in this session, which is what happens in this economy now as inequality rises. Well, if starting from any given level of inequality, if I now raise the level of inequality, what's going to happen is that this red line is going to shift, and in particular, it's going to shift down. Why? Because for any given level of debt and interest rate, if I make this world more unequal, now the rich are even richer, which means they will want to save even more at this old interest rate. And so that is going to shift this supply curve down and to the left, as I'm showing you in this new solid line. And so notice this is just indebted demand equation I narrated in the beginning. That's happening in the background. And so the new equilibrium is now going to be noticed as opposed to the homothetic preferences case, which again is the typical one we use. In the non-homothetic case, now I can explain two concurring phenomena, which is rising inequality is going to be associated with actually falling interest rate. The new equilibrium interest rate is the red line, which is lower. And this is very important, higher level of debt. Now, this for a while was kind of a puzzle at the macro level, because we typically think if people want to borrow more for whatever reason, interest rates should rise, not fall. And we have seen the opposite at the macro level. And it's this homothetic framework that kind of explains that co-movement by pointing out that there's actually a third variable that's forcing both of these variables around, and that forcing variable, which is the structural variable, if you will, of this economy in this context, is rising inequality. Okay, so that's the framework that links rising inequality with falling interest rates or falling R star and rising level of debt or credit in that economy. Okay, all right. Let me quickly talk about an obvious implication for monetary policy. There are a couple of implications for monetary policy. The first one is kind of the obvious one. As R star falls, monetary policy has to accommodate that R star, right? We know for obvious reasons, central banks in the long run at least cannot fight R star. So they have to accommodate R star in the long run. So that's obvious observation number one. There is a slightly more subtle but a very interesting implication, which is there's also an implication in the short run, and that's the one highlighted in this figure 12 from the paper. And that is, in the short run, monetary policy works by sort of temporarily moving the real rate below its long run neutral rate. So that is the experiment I'm doing here by through monetary intervention, because of short-term nominal rigidities and so on, monetary policy is able to move real rates in the short run, but not in the long run. The key issue is what happens once you do that. So that's the experiment. In a non-homothetic environment, when monetary policy does that, it moves the real rate down for up to cap T periods, and then it lets the economy organically go back to its natural rate. The basic point is that because monetary policy works in this environment through the creation of debt, through credit creation essentially, which by the way is empirically has been substantiated time and time again, that one of the channels, in fact, the main channel, I would argue, through which expansionary monetary policy works in the short run is through credit creation. The point of the indebted demand framework is that debt actually, because of the indebted demand force that it generates, this downward force on aggregate demand in the short run, the expansionary monetary policy in the short run is going to create a downward pressure on how quickly interest rates go back to their natural rate. And so if you hold interest rates lower for longer, you are not going to go back at the same pace. Let's say if T was small, the first graph might be the path back to natural rates. But if you hold rates lower for longer, you're not going to follow this path. You are in fact more likely to follow the third line, this one. Why? Because when you hold interest rates lower for longer, you generate more debt. And because now you have more debt than you otherwise would have had, you have to keep interest rates lower for longer because of that indebted demand force that I talked about earlier. So this gives meaning to this intuition that monetary policy actually has limited ammunition. That's the idea. If you can generate demand today, but then you will have to keep interest rates lower for longer in the future. So you're trading off this today higher demand versus keeping interest rates lower for longer and hence having less space tomorrow. So in that sense, monetary policy, in a very real sense, has limited ammunition, and it must think carefully about that trade-off that it faces. All right, so in the last 10 minutes that I have, I've tried to quickly give you the intuition for, again, the conceptual framework that links inequality with what central banks care a lot about, that is R star, and sort of how much monetary policy space they have in the short run. Is this force empirically relevant? Now, in one sense, I've already tried and argued that it is empirically relevant, because the basic premise of the framework seems to hold true in the data, that people do have non-homothetic preferences. But let's think of its predictions. Let's now test the implications or the predictions of this framework as well. And that is something that we have been doing in ongoing work. And I'll talk about some of that work, including the paper Saving Glut of the Rich that Ki-Young mentioned. So first of all, let's just start with the time series. The aggregate time series is very much consistent with this logic that I've just explained to you. So from 1980 onwards, as is well known, inequality, these are OECD economies, on average has been rising quite substantially. Along with it, and this is kind of the initial puzzle that led us in this direction of trying to work in this area, this rising inequality has been combined with rising levels of debt, especially debt in the household and government sectors, which are debts associated with generating aggregate demand. Okay, so it's not like corporate debt, you might argue, is more associated with investment, but the rising debt on the margin is disproportionately driven by the demand side, which is exactly what this intuition of the framework that I gave would suggest. Second, and equally importantly, while we have seen the rising level of debt, we have seen falling rates, falling long-term real rates in particular. And so that's very much consistent with this idea. Now, let's dig a bit deeper. And what we do in this paper is we actually go and measure across the income and wealth distribution the contribution of saving from one year to the next by the top 1%, the next 9, the bottom 90, and so on. And what we show in that paper, we are using the usual tax record data to sort people into wealth or income bins. We are using that data to look at their income and capitalized income into estimating wealth and saving behavior, as has been done elsewhere in the literature. And what we show is that indeed, just like we argue conceptually, what we can see as a share of national economy, that the size of saving coming from the rich, the top 1%, has been rising over time, and particularly so from 980 onwards. Moreover, when you accumulate this rise in saving by the top 1%, it's very large in magnitude. And just to illustrate how large this is, there's a simple accounting term that links the saving at the top to saving or dissaving elsewhere by the rest of the households, plus investment and the sort of the net foreign assets that you're accumulating. That basic accounting identity allows us to kind of track where this additional saving is going, if you will. And what is interesting if you do that is that, first of all, and this is kind of obvious, that additional saving is not going abroad, because in fact, the US has been a net borrower of capital from the rest of the world. That additional saving also has not been going into investment. Now, this, I believe, is a very important open macro question, which is, why do we not see a rise in investment? If there's interest, I'm happy to talk more about it in question and answers. But right now, I just want to argue kind of quantitatively where all of this money is going. And the short answer is all of this ends up essentially showing as dissaving. This is this huge red line, dissaving by the bottom 99%. And really, if I break this down further, it's really the bottom 90% of the population in the US that's absorbing all of that rise in saving that I talked about earlier. Now, how are they doing that? They're doing that in two different ways. They're doing that by borrowing more, which is the rise in household debt that I talked about. And second, they're doing that by dissaving, which is they are essentially selling their financial assets to the top 1% to accommodate their demand for higher saving. And more recently, of course, this dissaving is done through government sector as well, which they have to, as I've argued in the beginning, in order to keep aggregate demand at the same level. So it provides a macro framework for thinking about how these various pieces of national accounts are actually linked to one another through these economic forces that I talked about. Now, one thing I want to highlight very quickly is that the size of this saving glut, this is just the additional rise in saving of the top 1% that I'm counting here. It's roughly similar in magnitude, as you can see here, to the accumulation of the current account surplus in the US, which is often referred to as the global saving glut, like China lending to the US and so on, and Korea as well, by the way. And the point I want to emphasize here is that while it is much better recognized that the global saving glut might be one reason for lower R star, the saving glut of the rich, which is typically accumulated within countries, so you don't have accounting the way we have for current accounts, is almost as large as the global saving glut. So it's the same order of magnitude force. And so it's not small. We can't ignore it. That's sort of an important point. We dig deeper in that paper by providing tighter, if you will, cross-sectional sort of proof of this indebted demand force driven through non-homotheticity. And the way we do that is to think of each state in the US as a small open economy and exploit the fact that the rise in inequality in the US is not uniform across all states. In fact, some states, like you can see here, Wyoming, Nevada, Connecticut, New York, have seen a rise in inequality which is much larger than other states such as here, North Dakota, New Hampshire, and so on. And what you see is that as this model of indebted demand would predict, we indeed see a much larger rise in wealth to income ratio. That is, again, remember that A piece on the x-axis of that indebted demand graph, that you can also think of that as wealth. A key prediction is that aggregate wealth to income will rise if an economy becomes more unequal. And that is indeed what you see in the cross-section of the states. And number two, that rise in wealth is entirely driven by people at the top, not by the bottom 94% of the households in these states. So this is a tighter cross-sectional prediction of this framework that is also verified in the data. The last thing, and this is actually not in saving glut of the ratio, this is more recent work, ongoing rather, which is where you use long historical cross-country data to see if the same force one can also see in sort of this longer span of history. And I'll just show you one result that, again, illustrates this point. I'll skip this math. The basic intuition is that we can measure the yield on wealth as a proxy for R, which is, the expected returns, if you will. So we can measure expected returns, put that on the left-hand side, and then correlate that in this cross-country long-run panel with inequality and expected growth. Because the other simple idea would be that there is a link between R and expected growth, which there is indeed positively, as one would theoretically expect. But the important point for our purpose is that there is also a significant and economically large link between rising inequality as measured by the share of income going to the top 1% and these yields on wealth that these countries are that these countries have. Okay. So let me stop here in terms of the longer cross-country evidence. Again, the summary of this is that there is a strong correlation between rising inequality and falling yields across time and across countries. So both of those statistical characteristics are there in the data quite strongly, quite significantly. So let me now conclude by just sort of summarizing, if you will, in last minute, the policy implications in this world. And I'll obviously start with implications for monetary policy. As I've already mentioned in the very beginning, rising inequality has been forcing the hand of monetary policy by lowering R star, which reduces space for monetary policy to operate. This is going on in the long run. But then there is this shorter run business cycle effect as well, which I refer to as this limited ammunition point, that you can boost or juice the economy in the short run. But if you're doing that through higher debt, that will put downward pressure on real rates in the next phase of the business cycle, and that will reduce monetary space for you. And some of this intuition, I think, central bankers have been increasingly recognizing. So I have a number of quotes in the paper, but this one is quite telling from Mark Carney, who says, the sustainability of debt burdens depends on interest rates remaining low. And that's the kind of one of the key intuitions that I've tried to emphasize, that R is not independent of the level of debt that the economy has. And the level of debt that the economy has is not independent of inequality for reasons I've emphasized. And that's the reason we are kind of stuck in this low interest rate environment. And it's driven by this common structural force that I'm referring to as inequality. That's kind of the logic of this. I'll just end with talking about some broader policy. So what should policymakers do? I've kind of one way in which I've tried to illustrate this point is that central banks are naturally limited to how much they can move because they are fundamentally constrained by R star. So we have to think of other levers of policy. An obvious one is taxation, but one that I would highlight is that if we want to move away from this world, we need to think of equitable and inclusive growth as a sort of a structural feature of the economy that needs to change. And as we think about progressive taxation, which certainly helps, one type of taxation that actually works quite well in limiting the negative effects of indebted demand are wealth taxes. So that's not just from sort of an equity or ethical perspective, but from an macroeconomic perspective, wealth taxes actually work quite well in this world. So I think we really need to have a more careful discussion of the possible uses of these kind of policy levers. I'll end there. Thank you once again for letting me explain these thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for insightful and informative presentation. And I think that this in-depth demand framework is very useful to understand other macro issues such as the low interest rate environment and R-star debate and other things. So it would be very useful to understand our world these days. And Dr. Kösem will make a discussion on this paper. And Dr. Kösem, thank you so much for joining us. I think that it will be very late night there, so thanks so much for your effort. And could you please start your discussion? Dr. Kösem, could you check if your mic is on? We cannot hear you, and
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, so sorry, I just was lost in multiple screens. Okay, let me start sharing again. Okay, you see my screen? You see my slide? And you can hear me all right? Okay, excellent. So sorry for the delay. First, I would like to start thanking the organizer for this opportunity. I'm a massive fan of Atif's work from the beginning of my PhD. So thanks for this great opportunity. And I would like to start saying that all the views are mine, and they don't reflect the views of the Bank of England or any of its committees. So I'm going to start with briefly discuss the brief summaries of the papers, and then I will talk about some comments based on my own research. Okay, so let's start with the empirical paper. I think it's very nice motivating the theoretical paper, so I will go in the reverse order compared to Atif. So the main contribution of the paper is to estimate the savings across the income and the wealth distribution in the US. And the main finding is that the bottom 90% savings have been declining since 1980s. This was accompanied by increasing the savings of the top 1% in addition to the savings of the rest of the world, which is the global savings glut. Another finding from the paper is that the growth in the top 1% saving has been comparable in size to the savings of to the global savings glut. And also, okay, the numbers I have are a bit different from Atif's chart, so it's from the paper. Also, size-wise, they are quite big. It's approximately 6 to 75% of the global savings glut. So in the paper, they suggest the main difference or the main reason the savings of the top 1% increase because of the financial asset accumulation. Then they do a very clever exercise on decomposing where the savings or what kind of assets they are holding across the income distribution. I'm not going to talk about this that much. I'm hoping Makoto will take that from me. And then the main motivation, and I think the part that links this paper to the theoretical paper is that they show that when you look at the US states, so this is like a close to a cross-sectional comparison, in the places where the top income share increased the most, savings of the top 1% increased as well. So there is this association between rising income share and the rising savings at the top. Now on the theoretical paper, this is not how they call it, this is how I call it. They have a model of credit supply channel of income inequality. I'm calling it credit supply channel because demand doesn't depend on the income inequality, it's only the supply. And it works as follows. When the top income shares increase, they are the savers of the economy. The supply of savings increase, it puts the rates down, and then these rates go down, and all the savings goes to the bottom as a borrowing. So it's a closed economy framework. And Atif explained very well that this relies on this assumption that there are homothetic preferences. I'm going to argue that relaxing this might change the model's predictions just in a bit. And the main insight, and I think this is new to the other credit supply channel papers, is that this demand, any increase in aggregate demand that is supported by debt is good now, but in the future it's going to push the rates further down because it's going to limit the demand in the future. And the implication for the monetary policy is that it's going to imply lower policy space in the future, and redistributive policies could help. So I'm going to talk about a few modeling choices and show that relaxing some of them or having the different approach, how it could change the predictions or give rise to different results. So this is the preference. This is the modeling structure. Some of the characteristics in their paper. Now I'm going to show you what I did. What I had done during my PhD, that like the common difference or the main differences between my framework and their framework. So in their model, it's a closed economy. They have the top savers and the bottom borrowers, 1%, 99. So in my version, everyone is borrowing and everyone has different level of income. So there is a continuum of borrowers. And then there is not one type of asset or one way of borrowing. There are different versions. And these are mortgages based on the housing collateral. And the people who don't take any default risk are paying the risk-free rate. The others are paying a premium. And I think the main difference, and that's this part I want to emphasize, is that the savings come from the rest of the world. So it's like a global savings glut model. So in my version, inequality is exogenous, or changes in the risk-free rate or the income inequality are exogenous to each other. And the reason is that in my version, of course, in the aggregate, we say them move together, but the risk-free rates might decline for other reasons, such as the global savings glut, change in demographics, or others. For example, Rachel and some will show that only the 20% of the decline in the risk-free rate can be attributed to income inequality, or Ludwig's job market paper says 30% of it. And finally, I'm not having any homothetic preferences. I'm killing any of the wealth effect. And finally, the people don't live forever. So the debt threat in the future might not affect like what would happen now, but I will come to that later. So I call this borrower risked composition channel of income inequality. And I show that keeping the interest rate constant, if the income inequality increases, you actually observe what is happening in the aggregate trends. You observe that the economy becomes more risky, real house prices go down, and the real mortgage debt goes down as well. And it's a very simple mechanism because across the income distribution, people sort into getting different mortgages. And there is a representative risky borrower. The ones that have income less than that are the low income borrowers. They get a risky loan. And these risky loans have, of course, higher default probability. They pay a higher interest rate. They can buy smaller houses. And the more important bit, I think the relevant is that they have higher debt to income ratio, or we can say they have higher marginal propensity to borrow. And then when we observe a mean preserving change in the income distribution, change in the Gini, we push more of the borrowers to the low income group. We push more of the borrowers to the risky group. And then this then puts the demand down. Demand for debt also goes down because a lower share of income goes to people with high marginal propensity to borrow. And then demand for debt goes down as well. So this is the change in income inequality causing in the aggregate. And then I told you I'm also looking at the change in the real interest rates, which I study exogenously. I think I don't need to convince anyone here that when the cost of borrowing goes down, you should expect is an expansion in demand for housing, debt, and everything. The one important implication of the model is that this makes the economy also more risky. So saying that the borrower that is marginal risk borrower is now higher up the income distribution, which is similar to what Adelina and others suggested. So basically the message from my research suggests that if these things were to happen at the same time, like we observe in the data, but orthogonally, you would observe that the change in the risk rate will be masking the effects of the change in the income inequality. So that was like changing model predictions. And of course, my model, so this implication is that we can test the model in local income inequality using local general equilibrium, looking at the local house prices, income inequality relation. Here I'm showing just basic associations, and this is the longest data that I can get from New York Fed. It's from 1999 to 2011. So it shows basically in the US counties that experienced the highest increase in the income inequality measured by the Gini coefficient, house prices increased less, or house price growth was smaller. Mortgage debt growth was smaller as well, but the defaults were higher, consistent with the model's predictions. And here I'm controlling for a bunch of stuff that Atif in various works suggested should affect the equilibrium housing mortgage market. Apart from that, I do also test the model predictions using state level data and also an instrumental variable framework. I'm not going to go too much in detail. I'm just going to tell you that I use a Gini coefficient instrument and measure it at the state level. And the key thing is I exclude anything that can be related to housing and banking. I'm not going to go through all of it, but just take my word for that. All the model predictions are supported by the data. So using rise in income inequality measured by the Gini coefficient leads to a decline in house prices and mortgages. Now, I go to my second comment. Atif emphasized a lot why he looks at the extreme inequality, but I'm not. So my comment is why it has to be the extreme inequality. Here I'm showing you mortgage debt growth, again in the counties, US counties, and I'm looking at how or which quantile income growth is more related to this debt growth, and what is the sign of the what is the sign of the relationship. So basically, the message is that of the 4 quantiles of the income distribution, if these people have more income, they get more debt. However, from the top 20 percentile, so the 5th quintile, also for the top 5%, this US counties that observed higher increase in income share also experience a lower growth. So I guess my first comment is that I understand that if focuses on top 1%, motivated by the savings rate, but why should we focus on the top 1% as the top income inequality? And can we pick what is the relevant income share on inequality? So I guess here I would say that top 20% looks high enough. Here I'm showing the same relationship happens for the house price growth. I'm just going to skip that. My third comment, I think for a published paper is not like the best comments to have, but I'm just going to say that. So in a closed economy with homothetic preferences, indebted demand framework arises. However, if we introduce other structures, would it survive? So one example is that Kumpov et al. Also have this rich saving more framework and this what I call credit supply. But they don't find that in the long run, the real rates decline. And I think the open economy one is also curious. Would it make the long run savings supply curve flatter, or would it make it even upward sloping? Maybe with Lucas paradox, we should not expect, but just curious. Yeah, I think what I wanted to comment as well, because this is like monetary policy implications, Atif talked quite a bit, is in the end, it's a real model. So if you're adding for nominal rigidities, I mean, real interest rates don't have lower bounds. So I'm from Turkey, trust me. I think we are in minus 40s or something now. So I was curious that if introducing nominal rigidities and having lower bound on the nominal rates would change any of the model predictions. I'm guessing I have like 10 minutes left, right? Oh, sorry, I should have 5 minutes left, what I'm talking about. Okay, my next comments are, I think this is quite provocative and quite speculative, but this is going to the heart of, I think, Atif's, the empirical paper. So I have seen various versions of the paper over time, and the degree of causality claim changed over time. But I think, so my overarching comment is that I think the paper does not have any causal room to make causal statements. So basically, a bunch of things are happening at the same time, and in my opinion, can be interpreted in a different way. So for example, can we not say that we have been observing since 1960s, not from the 1980s, a dissaving glut of the poor? In the US, savings have been declining. This was mitigated by the top, I don't know, 1 or 10%. At the same time, global savings have been increasing. Why is the top 90% have been absorbing this increases in other sides of the same accounting identity? So one thing, could it be just a mechanical effect? Because each have higher saving rates. If more income goes to them, there will be just more savings. I guess the interesting thing could be if the saving rates have been changing over time. So if we can call this like an excessive saving, it is not matched by the rise in income, or this is proportionally more than the rise in their income share. I think for the sake of time, I'm gonna skip this one. And this is my final comment. I'm going for the causality statements. I think, so this one they mention in the paper themselves that this is not fit for, this state level analysis is not fit for testing this credit supply channel. What they can say is that income inequality increases in some states, and where top income share increases in some states, and savings increase in those states as well, but not necessarily, and cannot, that this savings also increase in those states. So there is this positive association. I think it's not causal. And then maybe the second finding, where there is not any association between increasing the top income shares and the savings of the bottom. So that might be some mechanism disproving isn't it all mechanical? And I think I will just go to the last comment back. In the indebted demand paper, what they need is the income share to population share between these two types of agents to be different. So this is basically what they have in the paper. So it could be top 1%, it could be top 10%, it could be top 20%. Theoretically, I don't know what would stop making rich to save and poor to borrow. That I don't know, but the empirical, on the empirical paper, I was curious if their results will be robust to looking at the top 10%, top 20%. If it would fail at some point, what would be the intuition? And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. And among many things, I think that the Dr. Kösem's saying about the saving lot of the poor, it sounds very interesting. And also, I think as she said, I think that the checking the robustness of the threshold of 1% or 5%, 10% would be another interesting check. So, Dr. Nakajima, could you go on your discussion? And please check your mic is on.
Hello, Dr. Nakajima. Could you please say your word so that we can make sure that we can hear your voice clearly? I think you're muted still. Could you please unmute your microphone? Do you know how to unmute your microphone or turn it on?
Unmute. Okay, now you can hear me?
Yes.
And let me share. What is this? Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. How can I go full screen? Is it good, or do I need to go full screen?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay. Okay, so can I start?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for having me on this program of the very fantastic conference. And I enjoy reading the paper. And I try to kind of give more kind of broader comments based, because this conference is more like for broader audience, I guess. So can I go? So my discussion consists of 3 parts. First, I'm going to quickly summarize the papers. I guess Professor Mian gave a nice presentation, so I don't need to, most of the stuff I'm going to say are going to be repetitive, but let me spend a few minutes summarizing the papers. And I'm going to try to kind of revisit the question of how the effects of the increasing share of the top 1% income into the natural rate of interest in a slightly different model. I'm going to use a standard heterogeneous agents model without any homothetic preferences, but it has also kind of implications closely related to the empirical part of the paper. So I'm going to kind of try to look at the question in a kind of slightly different perspective. Okay. And finally, I'm going to show a couple of figures comparing US and Korea to hopefully kind of encourage people to think about what's the implications to Korean economy, even though the paper is kind of calibrated to the US economy. Okay. So first of all, this is a kind of one slide summary of the second paper, The Saving Growth of the Rich. So what the authors did, and Professor Mian presented very nicely, but what they did is basically carefully document what they call the saving growth of the rich, which is a large increase in the savings by the top 1% of the US income or wealth distribution since the 1980s. Okay? And they did a very careful analysis, and they show that how additional savings by those top 1% are absorbed. So where this top 1%, the additional savings by this richest household go to finance. Okay, and they first find that this RSG, saving growth to the rich, is as big as the global saving growth, which is kind of more famous sibling of the saving growth in terms of the size. And second, they show that a lot of this additional savings are absorbed by desaving of that bottom 90%. Either they decrease savings or increase the borrowing. Okay? They also use this very innovative process unveiling, and they show that the large increase in the financial asset accumulation by the top 1% households, they can keep track where the money went, and they found that more than half of this additional additional financial asset accumulation by the top 1% household when to finance the debt by the household or the government. And finally, they use this cross-state variations and show that higher top income share is correlated with higher savings by the richest, which suggests that if the top 1% income share goes up, that might induce more savings by the top 1% households because they tend to have higher saving rate, or they tend to have a lower marginal propensity to consume, and that could kind of support the theory. Okay? And I guess I'm going to skip talking about this indebted demand paper because Professor Mian explained very well. So this is a kind of one slide, probably the most important result of the empirical paper. This table basically compares the savings and investment. So there are 5 actors who save, and if you sum up these 5, the top 1%, next 9%, and bottom 90%, and the government and global, from abroad, if you sum up these savings, it should be equal to investment. Okay? And at the top right corner, there's 2%, which means that the top 1% of the US richest households, they increase the savings by 2% of the basically GDP. And in the standard model, the higher savings should be equal to higher investment, but didn't happen in the US. If you look at the investment declined by declined by 3.6% if you compare before and after 80s. Okay. And where is this difference coming from? The biggest difference is, as Professor Mian explained, coming from the bottom 90%. So if you look at the next 9% of the wealth distribution, they basically didn't contribute to anything, positive or negative. But if you look at the bottom 90% of the wealth distribution, they either increase debt or decrease savings by as much as 6.3% of annual income, total income. Okay? The government deficits also increased by about, on average, 2.3% per year. So both the bottom 90% of the wealth distribution and the government increased the debt, which kind of more than absorbed the increase in the savings by the top 1%. And as we all know, global saving grant contributed some to kind of make up the difference between the increased saving by the top 1% and the increased borrowing by the government at bottom 90%. But at the end, if you sum up all these savings, you come up with a negative growth of the investment rate after the 1980s. That's, I think, is a key kind of finding of the paper. And then what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to look at the kind of most important channel, namely the higher top 1% income share contributes to lower natural rate. I'm going to look at from using a standard heterogeneous agents model. So first of all, why it's important to think about the lower natural rate? Because in the US or in many other countries, the natural rate went down, natural real rate went down from about 4% in 1980s to basically 0% by 2015. And why that is bad, if the real interest rate is low and the inflation rate is low, then the nominal interest rate tends to be low and close to zero. So the central bank naturally has very little wiggle room to kind of stimulate the economy. So that's why it's a kind of big issue. What I try to do in this discussion is I'm going to use this heterogeneous agent model to account for what fraction of this decline in the real rate can be accounted for by an increased income share by the top 1%. Okay, so the model is going to be homothetic model, but this is a incomplete market model. So it's nice thing about incomplete market model is that interest rate is not pinned down by the discount factor. Okay, it's going to be endogenous. Okay? And I'm going to extend this standard Ayagari model by having this super productive agents. So super productive agents is meant to capture the top 1% of the earnings distribution. I'm going to calibrate the earnings of the top 1%, these super productive households, so that the model exactly matches the top 1% income share that we see in the US economy. And the model endogenously generates the real interest rate, so I can compare the real interest rate that the model predicted and what we see in the US economy. That's the kind of what I do in this exercise. Okay? And what I want to emphasize is, again, is that the interest rate is endogenous. And in this model, when the top 1% income share goes up, then the top 1% guys tend to have a higher saving rate and lower MPC because of two reasons. One is basically the precautionary motive, because these guys are going to be only productive for a short period of time, so they want to save for the future to increase the consumption in the future, even after they stop being super productive. So that generally creates higher saving rate among the very rich households in the economy. Okay? So that kind of, without relying on non-homothetic preferences, this model automatically creates this channel that if we increase the top 1% income share, these guys save more, so aggregate saving goes up. Then when aggregate saving goes up, the interest rate goes down. That is generated by the model. So what's different between this model and the model presented by Professor Mian is that when the interest rate goes down in the economy, it's cheaper to borrow, so the debt increases and there will be more borrowers in the model. But there's no indebted demand channel in this model that I'm talking about right now. So when there are more borrowers in the economy, then that basically reduces the aggregate savings. So this higher debt basically cancels out some of the decline in the real interest rate generated by higher savings. But still, the aggregate saving goes down in this model. So that's what I'm going to show. So the first, in this table, the first column shows the data. So if you look at the 6.5 and 12, these are the top 1% earning share in the 1980s and 2010s, okay? So the top 1% earning share almost double in the US from 6 to 12%. And let's focus on this middle column called model 1. In the model, it's calibrated such that top 1% earning share is perfectly captured by the model. It increased from 6.5% in one version of the economy, which mimics the US economy in the 1980s. And the other version of the economy, the top super productive agents' productivity is raised exogenously. So the top 1% earning share goes up to 12%, which exactly captures what's going on in the US economy in the recent years. Okay? So what's nice about this model is natural rate of interest, real interest rate is generated endogenously in the model. And in the model, actually model indicates that in the 1980s, the real interest rate is 4%, which is basically model is calibrated to mimic this capture 4% real interest in the US economy in the 1980s. But if I switch the top 1% income share from 6.5% to 12%, the model generated interest rate is going to be 3.2%, which is about 20% lower than the initial interest rate. So another way of saying is that this increase in the top 1% earning share in this model can replicate like a 20% of the observed decline in the real interest rate in the US economy between 1980 and in the recent years. And also model has other predictions which are consistent with the data and consistent with the model presented in this by Professor Mian. For example, the total household debt increased a lot from 27% of GDP to 41%. That's because the real interest rate goes down and becomes cheaper to borrow, so more households borrow in this model. And the bottom 90% wealth share also goes down a bit too much in this case, from 34% of GDP to 12%. And at the end, this model can only generate 20% of the observed decline in the real interest rate. Of course, because there are other reasons. Probably, if I introduce non-homothetic preferences and this indebted demand channel, maybe the model can do much better than what I'm showing here. Obviously, the global saving growth is not included here, but that should push down the real interest rate further down. And maybe demographic change or the slowdown of economic growth might contribute as well in pushing down the real interest rate. Okay? And finally, let me spend the last few minutes showing you a couple of figures comparing US economy and the Korean economy. So this figure shows how the top 1% income share changed in the US in blue and Korea in red, and from 1976 to 2019. And I'm sure the only data I can find is the top 1% income share, not earnings share. But I think, judging from looking at the US data, this trend captures reasonably well the trend of the top 1% earnings share as well. If you look at the Korea, the top 1% income share in Korea increased from 9% to 15%, which is more mild compared with the US. In the US, according to this World Inequality Database, top 1% income share went up from 10% to 20%. So this channel from a higher top 1% income share to lower real interest rate and higher debt, this channel might be weaker in Korea because the increase in the top 1% income share is smaller in Korea compared with the US. That's one comment when I think about how to apply this theory that we just learned to Korean economy. The other thing, this is my final slide. If you look at the household debt, in Korea has kind of made a big news that the household debt increased dramatically. If you look at the US, the total household debt relative to GDP went up from about 50% in the 1970s to about 100% just before the financial crisis, but it came down to about 80% as of now. But in Korea, it just kept going up. According to this global debt database of the IMF, in Korea, the household debt increased from 13% of GDP in the 1970s to above 100%. So as long as this theory of indebted demand that we just learned depends on how many are borrowing, how large is the debt, if you think about the Korean economy, this channel might be even stronger in Korean economy because there are more households borrowing a larger amount. So this channel of savers, I mean, the income is transferred from savers to borrowers because there are more borrowers transferring money to the savers with a lower marginal propensity to consume. This channel might be even more interesting if you think about the Korean economy. Thank you very much. That's the end of my discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Nakajima. And by the way, I love the view of your office. I look forward to visiting sometime. And
thank you.
Yeah, and I think the post-discussant made a very well-thought opinions about the logic of the indebted demand. So, Professor Mian, could you respond to the comment?
Yeah, no, thank you so much, both of you, for these very nice comments. A lot to think about, and I don't think I have enough time to do justice to a range of issues that were raised. I certainly look forward to reading some of the work that was mentioned, especially Sevim's paper. I'm going to be in the Bank of England over the summer part of it, so I'll look forward to meeting in person, hopefully, as well. I'll just pick a few things just to sort of push some of the conversation forward a bit more. First, just a general comment on, it's always difficult, and I completely agree on, I'm an empiricist at heart, so I completely agree with the criticism of, identification and causality. It's the nature of the question is such that we are talking about a variable that is global in nature. And part of this also goes to this issue of US, Korea, and so on. Of course, different things are happening in different countries, but the broader spirit of the framework is that these forces are accumulating in the same direction. Obviously, the magnitude of that direction varies across countries. That's sort of broader point number one. The broader point number two, and I think a very valid point was raised by Sevim on sort of this open economy version of the model. And we have thought about that, and maybe we'll write something on that. But at a certain level, you can think of the framework as a framework for the global economy, which obviously is a closed economy by definition. In an open economy context, what you need to then think about which country has better sort of financial development than others. And there's some deeper reasons that go into the US being the reserve currency and people more willing to send. So there's going to be those kind of forces that will determine where kind of the aggregate savings go. Aggregate savings are not going to go into China because it does not have the level of commitment, credibility of institutions and so on of the level that the UK has or United States has. And so those factors become relevant in an international context, which are obviously missing from the analysis I presented, which was deliberately done to kind of maintain our focus on the issue that we wanted to highlight. Sevim asked a very important question. Does Turkey, she mentioned, does real interest rate have a lower bound? And of course, it does not, if you literally think of it that way. So let me now, this is sort of, in the interest of being honest, when zero lower bound, in my mind, it's more like an excuse to talk about certain forces in the reduced form sense. In my mind, it's not a literal thing. So yeah, so first of all, you're absolutely right. Real rate may not have a bound in the sense that the nominal one does. And so conceptually, yes, if that's the case, then you can just keep lowering it and the economy remains at the same level and nothing happens. However, I think of zero lower bound. I still think of zero lower bound or an effective lower bound for the real variable. I still think of that as a useful conceptual idea. And the reason is that I think there are a lot of forces that kick in that we haven't fully modeled, but that kick in that show that low interest rates are not healthy for the economy. So I just think of zero lower bound as this reduced form way of capturing that very low rates are not healthy for the economy. For example, we know financial stability becomes an issue. Like, what does it mean? How do you price assets as R gets close to G? You can't. You can't write models. We know that. So that's one reason. But then there are others as well. So other work that I've done with my colleague Ernest Liu at Princeton and Amir Sufi, where we have argued that very low rates are bad for competition, and so they might lead to more monopolistic markets. So we can think of but I think those are all outside the model, of course. But I do think that very low rates are kind of not healthy for other reasons, and you can think of that as additional reasons beyond liquidity trap kind of argument. But your point is well taken, as I said. Makoto, I think broader, very well taken. Even with homothetic, with sort of precautionary saving motive kicking in, I completely agree with that. That's a possibility. However, I'll say one thing why I feel that those kind of forces empirically to me seem less relevant for the following reason. Again, conceptually, I think your notion is exactly sound. If we look at the process of rising in income inequality, we see a couple of things. One is that persistence of income has actually gone up. That is to say, if you think of the precautionary, it says the fear of the very rich becoming very poor, that probability actually is falling, not rising. That's kind of what I mean by persistence has gone up over time. Number two, from an intergenerational mobility perspective, we actually know that that has also gone in the other direction. So I think now those moments are in talk about in the data, but to say it differently, the thought experiment that I have in mind is I should have said it actually, is a rise in inequality, not necessarily of the sort that we measure in data, but a rise in inequality of a permanent income nature. And I think it's fair to say that if you look at the totality of the data of the rise in income inequality, it's fair to say that there seems to be a rise in permanent income inequality as well. And it's really in that language that I was drawing that contrast between homothericity and non-homothericity. But I think from a practical perspective, your intuition is exactly right, that even in homothermic models where the rise in inequality is not necessarily a rise in permanent income inequality, there would be these forces. And I think I completely agree. And certainly part of it, I think to some extent, if I really think hard, I think that force is there. The key question is, that force is always there as a level force. The key question is if that force has risen in magnitude, which is kind of the main question at hand. But perfectly legitimate ideas to consider. I'll just say one last thing about Korea, and this is kind of orthogonal to the point that Makoto raised. But I think I just find it interesting because I've been following Korea. Partly because Ki Young is there, and I have that connection with Korea. But what's interesting is that given the rising household debt in Korea, Koreans always worry about that, and that's one of the reasons they always reach out to me off on that. Is this a problem? Is this a problem? And I also know that Korean central bank and other regulators, for macroprudential reasons, have tried to clamp down on household leverage. But I think, and this is something that I think people from Bank of Korea will know better, but my sense is that when they do push on macroprudential regulations, the economy tends to slow down. And so they go back. They say, well, we can't. And this is the intuition of the indebted demand framework, that if you artificially try to suppress debt creation, there is aggregate demand associated with it. And if you cannot generate that aggregate demand elsewhere, you'll be forced to sort of either lower interest rates to boost demand or not have as harsh macroprudential regulations as you're instituting. So I think there's some of that going on in Korea as well. I'll stop there because there may be questions from audience as well. But thank you again, and I look forward to looking at your slides more carefully.
Okay, thank you. I think we are 10 minutes behind the schedule, but I think we have enough time for the discussion and questions. So is there any comment or questions from the floor? Yes. Could you introduce yourself briefly?
Is the mic on? Okay. Okay. I'm Min, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Korea. And my comment is mainly to appreciate the wonderful paper by Professor Mian and the good discussions by the discussant. And I tend to pay not too much attention on this subject because central bankers tend to think that this is not our main business, right? So, but after reading the paper, it was very interesting and insightful and very timely, especially we think of where we are. I mean, to overcome the COVID crisis, in most of the countries, household and corporate sector accumulate huge amount of debt. So, and also we are worried what would be the world look like. I mean, when we fully recover from the COVID crisis. And our governor yesterday, a couple of days ago, talked about a possibility of returning to a very low growth and low inflation situation again. And your discussion about this indebted demand and lower natural rate of interest has a very meaningful implication for the future. And so this is my appreciation. And my real question is whether in your model, it's not clear whether the accommodate monetary policy, how will it affect the inequality? We can see that the accommodative monetary policy will lead to more amount of debt, but with lower interest rate, whether the income inequality would aggravate or not, that's not clear to me. And my second comment is about this Korean case. And also from the paper and the discussion, we are also very concerned about the fast growth of household debt here in Korea. But one consolidating factor is that the most of the household debt is not created through consumption, but it is for asset accumulation, especially the housing, the house. So, and also the big chunk of the growth of the increase of the household debt, they are from the more wealthier portion of the household. So I would say the negative impact would be much less than what is predicted by the model. Okay, that's my comment.
Thank you very much. So just quick responses to the two questions of, first of all, does monetary policy accommodation, does that have implications for inequality? Now, obviously in the model, it's not. I mean, the inequality is exogenously moving around and so on. So I'll have to think outside of the model for connections. But before I do that, let me just emphasize one thing, which was already mentioned by the Deputy Governor, that I see myself as kind of a defender of central banks in this paper, at least. because as I've been emphasizing, one of the points is that while inequality has very important implications for central banks and monetary policy, we cannot fault them. I see a lot of criticism of central banks, like saying, oh, they are providing free money to the markets, and it's, if only they could tighten monetary policy and so on. And I see this paper as defending central banks by saying that, yes, low interest rates are an issue, but it's not, we can't put the blame on central banks because they are forced to accommodate to R star. And R star is a function of structures of the economy which are deeper than what central bank has control over. So in that sense, I'm on your side. Having said that, if to the extent monetary policy has control over real rate, again in the short run because of nominal rigidities, right, the usual way, how would that feed back into inequality? I think, again, while I don't think these are necessarily first order, I think we need more work, but I could think of possible channels. And one channel that I particularly worry about is the asset price channel, because lower rates have a direct, and you can see it in the equity markets, you can see it in the housing markets. Lower rates have a very quick impact on asset prices, number one. And number two, assets are naturally held by the very rich, right? That's the definition of who the rich are. And so in a way, they get much stronger impact on their balance sheet relative to the rest of the population. Now, to the extent we believe, as we know, there are many reasons to believe that there is link between balance sheet strength and what you can do in the economy to generate income, you can already see that there will be a connection between what the central bank does and its implication through balance side effects, balance sheet channel effects on income. Some of those effects I actually worry about quite a lot, but I think again, they're also connected to R star. And so again, I will not directly fault central banks as much. But rising in value of houses, for example, is making it more and more difficult for young generations who are not wealthy, whose parents are not wealthy, to buy their first house in desirable locations. I really worry about a lot because we know desirable locations are very important for opportunity, access to good opportunity. And so I think there's something bad happening as a result of that. So I'll just leave it at that. Now, your other question about Korean household debt, that it's used for household debt accumulation. First of all, I think there's something we do in the Saving Blood of the Rich paper. I did not have time to get into that, but the discussants mentioned it, the unveiling process. What that unveiling allows you to do, and I think it can be applied in Korea as well. And so I will just point to, I think it would be very interesting to apply that, because that will allow you to kind of look at net debt positions across the income or wealth distribution. And that will give you a better understanding of what the net debt, so is the net debt accumulation more biased towards the very top end of Korean income or wealth distribution or the rest? And when we do that for the US, what we find is that actually it's the top 1% that is net lending to the sort of the bottom 90% of the population. So you can see that's the sort of the usefulness of the unveiling exercise. So one has to do that to cancel out asset liability positions and figure out what the net debt positions look like. The last thing I'll say is that for household debt to feed into aggregate demand, I don't have to directly consume against it by borrowing more. And the reason for that is that when people buy a house on higher leverage, they're basically giving greater liquidity to the previous seller of the house. And so I don't have to take out home equity. The previous seller of the house can use that levered higher house price and consume part of it. And that's how it really feeds into the macroeconomy. So even though you don't directly see, I will still guess there is a significant fraction of aggregate demand generated through higher household debt that we are seeing in Korea. But thank you once again for your comments.
Okay, so I think we have, okay, one more question? Yes.
Thank you. I'm Yang Sul-Pak from the Bank of Korea. I have one question related to your presentation. Professor Mian, you analyzed under the setting that income inequality structure given, and then the non-homothetic preference plus the traditional reaction function of monetary policy authority given, like monetary policy authority referred to R star, something like that. But let's a little bit change the angle a little bit. Just if the government established where the redistribution channel or mechanism in the economy, then central bank can just take the traditional or typical reaction function. But if it's not, what happens? Something like that. If government did not establish appropriate redistribution system mechanism, then what is the optimal monetary policy path? Something like that, right? So if we introduce some kind of consumption, just like inequality we worried about, then that is related to the preference or the utility function, right? If we introduce the consumption inequality matter, then what you can see, just from that angle, you change the little bit your angle, then what you can see, we introduce consumption inequality, monetary policy authority consider that.
So if I may not have fully understood the question, but I think it's about whether looking at consumption inequality changes things. And the short answer is, and this, I think we also know in the data, that consumption inequality, precisely for reasons that I tried to emphasize, has not risen as much as income inequality. And part of the reason is precisely because at the top end of the distribution, people are saving at a higher rate. And so a natural consequence of that is that consumption inequality is not as extreme as income inequality, which is good from probably from a welfare perspective. But the issue is it has consequences on some key prices in the macroeconomy. That's kind of the point, that while we can keep consumption inequality at lower levels than rising income inequality, it's only possible, since things have to balance, it's only possible if that accumulated wealth at the very top, which is the rise in wealth inequality that we also see, that has to be a natural consequence of consumption inequality not rising as fast. So you do see rising wealth inequality, but the only way to sustain that rising wealth inequality is for, again, R star to fall, which ironically feeds into further rise in wealth inequality because of the capital gains effect of lower interest rates. And so that's what the model will predict will happen to consumption inequality and wealth inequality.
Okay, as a moderator, I would like to have another 30 minutes, but it's time to conclude our session. So thank you so much for joining us, Professor Mian and Dr. Kösem and Dr. Nakajima. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the constructive discussion. Now we are going to take a short break, and next session will begin at 9:45 a.m. on the dot Korea Standard Time. So please enjoy your break. Thank you. Well, now let us begin session 4, titled Technological Changes in Central Banking. Once again, if you have any questions or comments on topics related to this session, please leave a message online by scanning the QR code on your screen or by using the Q&A link on your YouTube screen. So please use these functions as much as possible. And this session will be moderated by the Honorable Dr. Yang-Soo Park, Director General of Bank of Korea. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Park with a big round of applause.
Thanks for introducing me. Good morning and good evening, depending on where you are. I'm Yang-Soo Park, Director General of Economic Research Institute at the Bank of Korea, and I'm happy to serve as a moderator today. First of all, it's a great pleasure to welcome you in this session titled Technological Change and Central Banking. With the event of the technology, we are on the brink of the new era in monetary history. Private sectors make crypto assets, stable coins, and central banks are preparing issuing digital currency. This environment gives many big challenges to central bankers and regulators. In this session, I look forward to touch upon many interconnected issues related to CBDC, big tech firm with stable coins, etc. I think we are very fortunate today to be joined by prominent experts in this area. We have speaker Dr. David Andolfatto from FRB St. Louis, and two distinguished discussants, Professor Yonsei Kim from Seoul National University and Todd Keister from Rutgers University. Let me briefly explain the session format. Speaker present around 30 minutes, and each discussant comment around 15 minutes. After that, speaker rejoinder. Later on, you can get Q&A and then have a chance to discuss about this. Now, let me introduce our speaker, David Andolfatto, briefly. He is Senior Vice President at the Research Department of Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Before joining the Fed in July 2009, he was Professor of Economics at the University of Waterloo and Simon Fraser University. He has published several articles in the profession's leading economic journals, including AER, JPE, and the Journal of Economic Theory. In 2009, he was awarded the Bank of Canada Fellowship for his contribution in the area of money, banking, and monetary policy. It's my great pleasure to now commence this session by handing over to Dr. David Andolfatto. Without further ado, let me invite David with a big round of applause.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here to share with you all some of my thoughts on this subject, which is technological changes in central banking. When I was invited to give this session, I thought, well, what a great opportunity for me to collect my thoughts in this area, because I suppose I've been thinking about it for many years. I first became aware and studied Bitcoin back in 2013, and shortly thereafter, I gave a public lecture hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis on Bitcoin, and the year after on FedCoin, where I guess that would have been like a precursor to a central bank digital currency. So these issues relating to the so-called cryptocurrency revolution, the technological change that's occurring, has been kind of on my mind for a long time, but I've really never had the opportunity to sit down and kind of organize my thinking on really what's going on fundamentally. And that's kind of what I'm doing with the paper I'm presenting today. So I find it useful, in organizing my own thoughts about what is going on here. What's going on here is technological innovations, I think, that impact on the ability of people, organizations, to manage particular types of databases, and also to communicate that information in a secure and efficient manner. I think macroeconomists, at least the macroeconomic theories that I've studied, kind of do not emphasize kind of the role that database management and communication plays, such an important role in everyday workings of the way we coordinate economic activity in reality. Once you open your eyes and you take a look outside, and you begin to appreciate just how important this type of information is, and all the sorts of problems that arise when this information isn't managed properly or securely, or if communication channels are not present or can be breached. The type of information I realized, I thought to myself, it's not like fundamental information like the recipe to the chicken soup or something like that. It's what economists and monetary theorists might call intrinsically useless information, that it is not valuable to an individual in isolation. So, for example, your credit history, if you're stranded on a deserted island, you're going to have a tough time subsisting off of your credit history. But nevertheless, this type of information, like your credit history, has value in a social context. And not just credit history, but all sorts of, generally just information relating to your actions in the past. Your credit history is an example, but it could be your work history, your performance history if you're a company or if you're a firm, your compliance, your history of compliance to the regulatory authorities, and so on. This is hugely important type of information. I put it all kind of under one label. You might think of it as just reputational history information, and it can exist formally in the form of electronic records, or it might live just informally, kind of collectively in the community in our brains. It's hugely important, and the thing that struck me is it can be easily fabricated. It can be counterfeited very much like money can. And economic coordination relies really on the ability of society to keep this type of information secure and true, and to be able to communicate these type of information across economic decision-making units in a secure manner. If you think about what's at stake here, I mean, the problem in large societies is basically making sure that this information that different firms have, or regulatory agencies, or customers, clients, depositors, stakeholders, that the records, the record keeping, the databases are consistent with each other. There's a tremendous social cost, I think, of having incongruent records. And just the tip of the iceberg, you can see it. In the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for example, estimates somewhere around $400 billion in litigation costs in the United States alone. That's about 2.3% of GDP. And only a fraction of that is paid out as transfers. Much of it goes to lawyers. Just think about the process of discovery, for example. And for that matter, we don't even have to think about it being so esoteric. Just think about just your everyday life with family and friends, and the arguments we can get into about he said, she said. I mean, how does one reconcile these records? Reconciliation is important, and otherwise we spend an inordinate amount of time arguing with each other and not getting, the job done, which is efficient resource allocation. So that's the big picture. Now, when information technology changes, the information technology is a technology that helps us keep these records and communicate them. Institutions have to adapt. So I'm very Darwinian in this regard. I kind of see, firms and institutions, people having to either adapt to the evolving technology, which I think is inexorable, just a byproduct largely of human spirit, that when technology changes, institutions have to adapt or be swept away. And I think this includes central banks. And this has been happening since, of course, the beginning of recorded history. But even in my lifetime, and probably many here, we can all remember, maybe, depending on the age of the audience, what life was like, prior to the computer revolution and communications revolution in the 1970s. I mean, this is even the pre-internet era. and it had a transformational impact on all sectors of the economy, but in particular, the sectors that we're interested in here today is banking, money, and central banking, credit, et cetera. We saw these types of innovations spurred a massive migration away from paper-based records to electronic records. And of course, it also led to the internet, which subsequently also had profound impact on the way business is done in generally, but also money and banking in particular. Now, money, one thing that I learned, and we learn as monetary theorists, is that money and payments, when we think about money and payments basically boils down to managing a secure messaging system and having an honest record-keeping system. Credit markets also depend on available databases. We need credit histories to be honest, to be secure, to be able to be communicated easily at low cost. And so the relevant technologies are that we're talking about here are those that provide new or better ways of acquiring, managing, storing, communicating, and analyzing information. And so, for example, the internet, computer processing power, data storage capacity, the personal computer, advances in cryptography, which is very important for securing communications, and so on. And of course, the title of this talk is the Technological Change in Central Banking. I mean, what does this have to do with central banking? Well, central banks, of course, are deeply embedded in the money, payments, and credit market system. And so it's natural that when the technology of managing databases evolves, eliciting responses from the private sector, that it's going to have a corresponding response from the public sector in the form of legislation, regulations, and for central banks, possibly changes in operating protocols. And so, as an example that I'm familiar with, kind of in the pre-internet age, with the computer and communications revolution in Canada, I mean, the legislators back then, even in the early 1960s, foresaw what was on the horizon. And they in fact, in Canada, the federal government went so far as to establish a new ministry of communications, in fact, to kind of deal with what they saw, this revolution on the horizon. And there was also a much subsequent legislation establishing agencies like the Canadian Payments Association, which is Payments Canada today. And of course, this had implications for Canada's central bank. The Bank of Canada was granted oversight over the related retail and wholesale payment systems. And indeed, the new wholesale payment system led the Bank of Canada to adopt a whole new set of procedures for implementing a monetary policy. So this is all in the pre-internet era. And so this is just, I offer this just as kind of an example of how these technological changes can impact central banks. Okay, well, so what is new today? Is all that's happening is just continued progress in database management protocols and cryptography? I mean, is it just more of the same, or is there something new that we as central bankers and regulators, that we need to keep an eye out for? And way back in 2014, I well before Bitcoin was really even on the popular radar screen, I kind of identified in my speech back then this very curious object called Bitcoin. The more general phenomenon is called the DAO, or the Decentralized Autonomous Organization. So a DAO is an organization, or I like to think of it as a database management system, that is governed by a set of rules that's embedded in an open source computer program. That's kind of what's different. Of course, all database management systems are governed by sets of rules. But it's the form that this rules take. They're open source computer programs, and Bitcoin, I think, as far as I know, was the first example of this, emerging back in 2009. Some of the important characteristics of a DAO that I think central bankers and regulators have to appreciate are the following. First, these DAOs are permissionless systems in the sense that they, if I want to participate in this organization of anonymous people who are located all around the world, I don't even have to know them, but we're all united by this open source code, this code of conduct, that for me to participate or anyone to participate, it's free. There's no barriers to entry to participate either as a user of the product or to participate as kind of an employee that manages the governance of the system, or indeed you can also participate as kind of recommending possible changes to the governance system, to the code. So it's permissionless. It doesn't require any personal identification. You don't need any licensing requirements. It's very much, in fact, just like using physical currency. You just kind of are able to just use physical currency without very much or any kind of releasing any personal information. So that's a very important property. Second, the defining characteristic of these systems, unlike the conventional systems that we have today, where we delegate the responsibility of managing a database to a trusted third party, like a central bank or a bank or some other intermediary. The DAO actually removes this trusted intermediary and replaces it with a more communal sort of effort to manage the history or the database. So it's more of a consensus-based record-keeping system in some sense, where the entire community is expected to play a role in managing the community's history, the shared history of the community. And one thing that seems to be essential for the communal involvement is that the database is actually open. It's open read, so it's everybody can see what's on the database. And so this is very distinct from the conventional models we have today, where we delegate the responsibility to a trusted third party that manages a proprietary or closed database. So this type of protocol is, often praised for its transparency, as in contrast to the opacity that characterizes conventional database management systems. And then thirdly, what's important is that as part of the protocol, these systems feature an internal money and payment system that in some cases can actually, potentially be used as a bona fide payment and system, kind of as I'll describe shortly. So these are three, I think, very important characteristics of a DAO that I think central bankers and regulators need to understand and to appreciate. It is something different, I think, than just the regular type of innovation that makes communication more secure or faster or cheaper. This is fundamentally something very different, and it has implications that extend far beyond central banking, money and banking, but indeed to many parts of just corporate or governance in general. The DAO is, its proponents view the DAO as being designed to replace delegated authorities, laws, regulations with more transparent communal mechanisms for recording and communicating information. The mantra is trust the code, not each other. So it's able to bring together large numbers of anonymous individuals to cooperate or to coordinate themselves in a way that is not otherwise possible without having a delegated authority there to coordinate activity. Okay, so what? So what is this good for? What is the threat here, if any? Well, the first thing we have to appreciate is that first, the fact that these systems are permissionless, for example, even if they are more expensive to operate, kind of the way I view Bitcoin, in fact, as being a very expensive way to operate a database management system, but that nevertheless, for some people, there's a constituency out there that values the permissionless aspect of this money and payment system. And that's good enough for them. They want the option to be able to store some of their wealth and to send payments along these platforms that's kind of more or less independent of any trusted third party. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that these protocols may, in fact, deliver bona fide efficiency gains, and primarily, I think, by cutting out layers of middlemen. And so, today the correspondent banking system, especially internationally, is notoriously costly and slow. You could imagine a platform like Bitcoin, by cutting through these middlemen, is able to permit payments to be processed much more cheaply. And this is a bona fide efficiency gain, and to the extent that it is, it's something that I think capitalist societies promote. I mean, we actually think that despite the disruption that technological advances has, that by and large, on the net, society is made better off by these types of developments. But unfortunately, there's a third aspect of this endeavor, and that is that these technologies may not, in all cases, deliver bona fide efficiency gains. They may, in fact, be delivering gains to the constituencies, not by inherently lower costs, but by their ability to circumvent existing regulations that the incumbents are kind of bound by. So in short, these are ideal vehicles to engage in regulatory arbitrage. And that may or may not be a good thing, because I mean, these new technologies may in fact require a new regulatory reform. But if they do not, then if the regulations are deemed to be appropriate for this type of regulatory arbitrage may benefit the narrow constituency that uses the platform, but it comes at a cost to the broader society. And this is the concern that regulators and central bankers have to have. Now, if these things could be regulated easily, and at least in principle, I think that there wouldn't be an issue here. But the whole point of a DAO is that it cannot be regulated, at least not in a conventional sense, not directly, not the way that we're used to. I mean, if we think about Bitcoin, for example, I mean, there is no CEO of Bitcoin. There's no Bitcoin headquarters. There's no physical location of Bitcoin. It has no address, no single address anyways. It's not a registered business. It has no conventional employees. It features permissionless access and use through the internet. So I mean, how do you tackle this thing? It lives simultaneously on thousands and thousands of computers globally. So even if you take it out on one computer, I mean, it lives on many, many more. So it's essentially impossible. I think of it as like the Hydra from the Greek mythology. You cut off one head and three more will sprout in its place. So this poses a potential regulatory conundrum, because as I mentioned, it seems to be an ideal vehicle to exploit regulatory arbitrage. And so what are some of the policy implications of these, I call them DAO-based money and payment systems? I divide these systems into two broad groups, depending on whether they feature floating exchange rate regimes or fixed exchange rate regimes. So that's the kind of the lens that I look at them, the lens that I guess a macroeconomist would. If you take a look at Bitcoin, to a central bank, Bitcoin kind of looks like a foreign currency. It's a foreign currency that's operating under a floating exchange rate regime. So now there's no person in charge of Bitcoin, so there's no negotiating with a foreign central bank counterpart here. But nevertheless, it's like a foreign exchange that's operating on a floating exchange rate system with a monetary policy that's governed by a robot, essentially. Central banks have a lot of experience dealing with these types of foreign currencies. And so I don't think that there's anything tremendously new here in principle. There's some details that are of some importance. I think in some jurisdictions, primarily the developing economies that tend to rely relatively heavily on seigniorage, perhaps because they don't have the state capacity to gather income taxes, let's say, that this type of foreign exchange rate that's easily accessible now on the internet potentially introduces a form of currency competition that these countries have never before experienced. And that could be a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, but it's there. To the extent that individuals in a society now have access to the internet through their smartphones, they have immediate access to this alternative currency regime, and it can potentially limit the amount of seigniorage that some governments are able to extract. So that's one thing. Another phenomenon I was thinking about was the possibility in some jurisdictions that there'll be a temptation at some point for banks to perhaps engage in maturity transformation with this foreign currency. We've seen the examples of this in the context of other countries, using US dollar or euro, or in Hungary, in Hungary, banks are issuing Swiss franc denominated loans. And these types of we know the types of problems that can emerge with this types of activity. So this is something I think that regulators should be on the lookout for. And I think these are relatively easy to regulate because you're going to be regulating domestic banks primarily and prohibiting them from engaging in these types of practices. And then the third phenomenon I think is interesting to speculate on in the central bank is the idea of Bitcoin or something like Bitcoin operating as a safe asset. Now, what do I mean by a safe asset here? I do not mean a risk-free asset. By safe asset, I use the terminology that Gary Gorton uses. To Gary Gorton, a safe asset is an informationally insensitive asset. It's basically an asset that's free of, there's no asymmetric information associated with that asset. And because of that, a safe asset is very attractive in these flight to safety episodes where investors might worry about the composition of mortgage-backed securities or the composition of the portfolios or assets in mortgage-backed securities, or they might be worried about the equity tranche of the corporate debt structure. And so they might fly to the safety of US treasuries and US dollars the way they did during the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. A flight to safety to the US dollar is a deflationary event. It's a deflationary event. It brings yields down and it puts disinflationary pressure on the economy. If instead the flight to safety the next time around occurs into Bitcoin, let's say, this is going to be a completely different animal. I mean, we're going to be seeing an economic contraction and we're going to see inflation and an increase in bond yields as investors do not flock to the US dollar. They do not flock to the US Treasury, but they flock instead to a Bitcoin-like asset. So I am led to wonder how might a central bank or regulators cope with that sort of contingency. Might central banks consider acquiring Bitcoin reserves, as some have suggested? I don't know, but it's an interesting question. May I ask how much time I have left, just so I can?
You have around 8 minutes, 7 or 8
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. The second broad class of DAOs, of DAO-based money systems, are the so-called fixed exchange rate DAOs. These are an example of this, a prominent example of this is Tether. To my eye, Tether is very much like an unregulated money market fund. But in some ways, it's like a money market fund on steroids because it's hooked up to a relatively, a potentially highly efficient payment rail. And so I don't think Tether per se poses much of a problem, to be quite honest, but that's not the role of regulators and central bankers to just look at Tether. We have to imagine a world where a Tether or Tether-like object comes to being that's much larger in the future, and to ask what sort of risks that might impose on the global financial markets. Now, Tether is unlike some types of DAOs, which are kind of DAO-based money and payment systems, which are hybrid structures that have submitted themselves to some form of regulation. Tether has not. And Tether is a money fund that holds purportedly large quantities of commercial paper. What happens when the eventual run occurs on Tether and Tether has to fire sale a bunch of commercial paper? to meet its redemption requirements and to maintain its peg. Will the Fed or other central banks be prepared to bail these structures out? Pardon me. So this is, I think, a difficult issue for central bankers and regulators. It's not an unfamiliar problem, mind you, but it's a difficult problem. And so I was thinking, just to conclude, that on top of whatever regulatory kind of actions you might imagine central banks and regulators to take to manage these types of risks, I think that another strategy, another tact is to be more proactive. Rather than using the heavy hand of regulation, why not try to or endeavor to offer a competing product or to promote a more manageable competing product that might diminish the attractiveness of a tether-like object to whoever its users might be. And so one example of this would be a central bank digital currency. And so in the context of a monetary union, I've written many papers on this. I've argued that it may be desirable to have a central bank digital currency like in the United States or Europe, but I don't actually see the essentiality of it, at least not to service at the retail sector. And indeed, as others have pointed out, if we take a look at what type of interventions or not interventions, but what type of developments have led to the wholesale, permitting vast quantities of people around the world to access a money and payment system, they have all been really private sector initiatives like M-Pesa in the sub-Saharan Africa or WeChat and Alipay in China. I mean, these have been private sector initiatives that have been hugely successful. And so the essentiality of a central bank digital currency in this regard, I just don't see it. And indeed, we even though the United States is lagging somewhat in this regard, we do see developments that are leading to the United States catching up. We have the clearinghouse, for example, Fed now. Very soon, Americans will have access to 24/7 real-time payments. I think this is going to be fine. But for me, I think that the overlooked dimension here is the impact that these types of CBDCs might have, not at the retail level, but at the wholesale level. The biggest impact may indeed be in the shadow banking sector, like repo and money market mutual funds, because my understanding is this is the sector that is used extensively by corporate cash managers. I mean, the repo de facto offers a corporate cash manager, 50 million. If I have to meet payroll on Friday and I have to park $50 million, I'm not going to park it in the bank, which is not fully insured. I'm going to park it in a repo where I have a treasury bill that serves as collateral. Treasury securities are effectively risk-free savings accounts for corporate cash managers. And if a CBDC was to emerge, especially an interest-bearing variant with unlimited amounts of, no caps, I could very well see how a CBDC might disintermediate large parts of the shadow banking sector. And I think this is, if you believe me on this, I think the same principle could possibly be used to combat these tether-like structures on a global scale. Because I think the threat posed by, say, Tether as a global payment system, as a potential for multinational corporations to use seems real. I mean, if you think about corporations along the global supply chain, they suddenly can avail themselves of this global stable coin. And they're going to be willing to do so for the same reason that domestically corporate cash managers like to go to repo or to use money funds. You can see, in principle at least, how these multinational, how these multinationals and their affiliates, the corporate cash managers and their affiliates, might be tempted to use objects like these global stable coins like Tether. And this is problematic, like I said, because if Tether is basically a humongous unregulated money market fund, I think this poses a real systemic financial risk for the global economy. And so how to tackle that if direct regulation is not available? Well, the way to tackle that might be to provide a competing product in the way, a CBDC of some form, either issued by the Fed or some sort of consortium of central banks around the world. And in that way to attract business away from Tether, not necessarily to destroy them, but to make sure that they don't get sufficiently large to pose a systemic risk. And what might this look like? Well, we can talk for a long time about what the design could look like. It's not going to be easy. It's easy to do on paper, of course. It's going to be a bit more difficult to get it done in practice because of the coordination that is needed. But one suggestion is just to permit an expanded set of counterparties to have access to Fed master accounts and to act like global narrow banks. I think that global firms might then around the world avail themselves of this Fed coin and therefore be discouraged from using these private stable coins that potentially pose a global systemic risk. So let me conclude. Central banks and regulators are accustomed to dealing with the repercussions of technological change. This is nothing new, it's going to continue. The emerging threat, I put that in quotes, is really these DAO-based money and payment systems targeting corporate users. This is kind of where I think we should spend a little more time thinking about. The fundamental issue here is that they're inherently difficult to regulate. It's not impossible, but they're difficult to regulate, and they pose a possible global systemic risk. And so one possible proactive strategy would be to come up with a CBDC that's targeted at the wholesale sector, and that this may be worth considering to mitigate that emerging risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. He touched upon interconnected issues from world first DAO, that is Bitcoin, to stable coins, and finally CBDC with respect to limit to seniority, effectiveness, monetary policy, even international transaction, etc. I'm not going to summarize all things he covered because we have two discussions here. We'll now proceed to the discussion. First discussant is Professor Yonsei Kim. He's a professor of economics at the Seoul National University and affiliated with SNU's Institute of Research for Finance and Economics. His research interests include key issues in monetary economics and macroeconomics, such as an essential role of central bank digital currency and crypto asset. He received his PhD in economics from University of Iowa and worked as an assistant professor at Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. More information about Professor Kim can be found on conference website. So without further ado, please join me in giving him a warm welcome. Professor Kim, story is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for a nice introduction, and I want to thank the Bank of Korea for giving me an opportunity to discuss an interesting paper. So I want to proceed with a quick summary of the paper, followed by some of my own comments. So I thought it would be useful to discuss this issue in the context of a dual monetary system. So most of the countries have a dual monetary system, which consists of public money issued by the central bank and the private money issued by banks or the payment service providers. So in short, they call PSPs, built upon public money. So the main advantage is the fact that they are complementary to each other in the sense that the private sector provides innovation and diversity, while the public sector secures or ensures stability and efficiency. So more importantly, the coexistence of private and public monies lies in the option to redeem or convert private money into perfectly safe and liquid public money, such as central bank currency or reserves. So I think the big question here would be, how would the dual monetary system evolve in the digital age? So I think David talked about these private crypto assets or private cryptocurrencies, and then move on to what he called more proactive measures, such as CBDCs. So I found it interesting to, have this DAO approach to crypto assets. So he kind of classified these private crypto assets as DAO-based money and payment systems. So DAO is a short for decentralized autonomous organizations run by a set of rules encoded in an open source computer programs. So DAOs related to money and payments can be divided into fixed and floating exchange rate regimes. So Bitcoin would be a good example of floating exchange rate DAOs. So, so one thing I found kind of a interesting observation that he makes was this, Bitcoin can be a flight to safe, can be a safe asset in the sense that, in the following sense, a flight to safety event such as financial crisis may cause a shift in wealth portfolios away from government securities into crypto assets such as Bitcoin as safe assets. So I'll go back to this issue just in a moment in my comment. And then stable coins can be regarded as a fixed exchange rate DAOs. So, and then there's a kind of subgroup he called quasi-DAO stablecoins, so such as USDT and Tether. So it's a quasi-DAO because the USDT is backed by the US dollars, which is in the kind of more in the central authority of the central bank. So that's why he called this quasi-DAO. Whereas DAI is an example of DAO stable coins because DAI is backed by private cryptocurrency such as Ethereum. And then he move on to the CBDC. So he kind of make a working definition of CBDC as an online checking account at a central bank. So at present, this already exists for depository institutions and a few other agencies. So in that sense, I guess wholesale CBDC has been already around for a while. And then he makes some of his own kind of a claim about whether the CBDC would be desirable or not. So at least for the United States, he claimed a retail CBDC is not essential and may not even be desirable, whereas a wholesale CBDC is worth considering, which permits free entry into the business of narrow banking. So the way I see is that he seems to propose a dual monetary system augmented by a wholesale CBDC, which permits banks free entry into narrow banking. So in short, I would call his proposal as augmented wholesale CBDC in my upcoming discussion or comments. So I want to start with his kind of a statement about this Bitcoin as a safe asset. So as he mentioned, according to Gary Gorton in one of his recent papers, a safe asset is an asset that can be used to transact without fear of adverse selection. That is, there are no concerns that the counterparty privately knows more about the value of the asset. So he called this as informationally insensitive asset. But including myself, I guess there has been this observation and claim that unlike classic safe assets like US dollar and US Treasury securities, the floating DAOs like Bitcoin have inherent price volatility due to basically comes from the fixed supply, but that's is fixed by part of that is the unalterable computer code and making them difficult to be safe assets. So it seems to satisfy this definition of informationally insensitive assets, but as long as these floating DAOs have this inherent price volatility, it may still be difficult to act as a safe asset, like the traditional ones, such as the US Treasury securities. So that would be one of my comments. And then moving on to the CBDC, I would like to assess how desirable would this what I call augmented wholesale CBDC would be. So for that assessment, I might as well relate to the retail CBDC that has been more of the that has been discussed more recently in the policy circles, including Bank of International Settlements. So I may as well start with some of the design issues for retail CBDC. So according to Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, as this more recent report, the desirable design features of retail CBDC include the ones that I listed up there. So privacy protected while complying anti-money laundering and the countering financing for terrorism. So that's the MLCFT requirements. And also the desirable features include intermediated model, intermediated in the sense that it's intermediated by the commercial banks and regulated non-bank financial service providers operating in an open market for CBDC services. And also it needs to be widely transferable in the sense that it is readily transferable between customers of different intermediaries. So this is just an, So this is an illustration of intermediated model of CBDC. So this comes from the Bank of International Settlement, one of their annual economic report in 2021. So as you can see there, so CBDCs, if you write the far right in the panel, there is ABCs, so those are the retailers, those are the customers. So the CBDC is a claim on central bank. So if you see the blue arrow, that's what it shows. And then in the middle there are intermediaries. So they deal with the customers, or they call this onboard clients, and execute retail payments. And then the central bank, that's on the far left, so they process wholesale payments. So it's pretty much like the traditional kind of dual monetary system, or they call two-tier system. This means that the central bank does not record retail transactions, but only the wholesale balances of individual PSPs. The detailed records of retail transactions are maintained by the PSP, but here the PSPs would need to be supervised to ensure that the wholesale holdings are consistent with the retail holdings of their clients. And now I want to talk about this, the benefits of retail CBDC, focusing on the payment system. The reason I'm doing this is that I want to relate these benefits to the benefits of the wholesale, the augmented wholesale CBDC as proposed by David. So those benefits of retail, this is basically intermediated model. Retail CBDC includes the following. So it allows for public access to digital money free from credit risk and liquidity risk, implying a full convertibility into central bank currency. It also minimizes privacy loss with a proper design of CBDC, such as a separate storage of personal identity information and transaction data. So this is one of the design proposed by the Bank of England, one of the report published by the Bank of England. And also it provides data ownership to its users and help to level the playing field in payment innovation for private sector intermediaries of all sizes, large or small. It also lowers the costs of payment services and reduce common barriers to financial inclusion, which could be particularly helpful for the lower income users. And then back to this, back to augmented wholesale CBDC, as David mentioned in his presentation, or he laid out in his paper. So he also mentioned this in the paper too, but he maybe, because of the time, he didn't mention in his presentation. This is quite analogous to what they call synthetic CBDC, as proposed by, among others, as proposed by Adrian and Mancini Grifoli 2021. So they are at the IMF. So they are analogous in the sense that the augmented wholesale CBDC basically permits free entry into the narrow banking, and the synthetic currency is a form of private digital money, say, issued by banks, but it's supposed to be fully backed by the central bank currency. So basically, it's kind of a narrow banking idea. And also, as I quoted directly from Adrian and Mancini Grifoli, so this form of digital money would require, among others, if you see kind of 3 lines in the quote, at the third line, at the end of the third line in the quote, you see the data privacy as part of the, I guess, necessary condition. So if I may kind of assess this augmented wholesale CBDC for payment system in relation to the retail CBDC model. So the augmented wholesale CBDC is to deliver most of the benefits of intermediated retail CBDC or synthetic CBDC in the following sense. So the narrow banking would ensure a full convertibility of private digital money into central bank currency. And also the free entry into narrow banking would essentially provide data privacy and ownership to its users, promoting innovation and competition. But one thing that I found missing, or at least needs to be elaborated, is this is related to the privacy protection. So in order to minimize loss of privacy by its users while fulfilling AML-CFT, specific guidelines need to be provided to banks as to their handling of personal identity information and transaction data. Well, one might argue, how important this privacy protection issue is in relation to CBDC, but there has been many reports, including some surveys administered by the ECB, European Central Bank. So one of the main concerns of the public has been this privacy issue when the central banks finally adopt the CBDC, whenever that might be. So, so as a discussant, I might as well talk about one of my recent research. So what we did was we conducted a random survey experiment on privacy-preserving designs or variations of CBDC together with one of my colleagues, Seung-Ju Choi, and one of the researcher in Bank of Korea, Oi Kwon. So by the way, this has been funded by the Bank of Korea. So we had in order to address this privacy protection issue, so we consider the treatments of what we call combined repository versus separate repository of personal identity information and transaction data. So as you may have guessed, so combined repository is the one that combines these two data, personal identity information and transaction data. That means they can combine these two in an arbitrary manner, potentially for some commercial purposes. Whereas separate repository, these two information and data are stored separately by different institutions, private or public. So that means they cannot be combined for any commercial purposes. So one of our findings was that relative to combined repository, this separate repository design increases the willingness to use CBDC by about 7 percentage points when purchasing privacy-sensitive products offline. So an example of privacy-sensitive products would be, say, prescription, the medicine prescription. And so when we consider the frequency of using CBDC in CR for combined repository is 0.26. So again, this is from the survey. This 7% increase amounts to 28% increase, which is not a small number, at least for us. And then in the online purchase where cash is not available, this separate repository design raises the likelihood of choosing CBDC by about 11 percentage points, amounting to 29% increase relative to CR. So we took this result as as an indication that people indeed cared about privacy protection in their choice of CBDC when it's introduced. So, so that'll be the end of my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Yeah, now we are moving on to another discussion. The following discussion participated in online from New Brunswick, New Jersey is Professor Todd Keister. He's a professor of economics at Rutgers University. He has previously been an assistant vice president at the Federal Bank of New York and a professor of economics at the ITAM in Mexico City. He has held visiting position at the University of Texas and the European University Institute, New York University, and Paris School of Economics. He has also served as a consultant for FRE Philadelphia, Bank of Canada, and Office of Financial Research. He holds his PhD in economics from Cornell University. It may be late at night in the New Jersey local time, but I'd like to invite Professor Todd Keister with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. And I wanted to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to participate in this excellent conference and to discuss what's really an interesting and thought-provoking paper by David. So the broad topic here is obviously the financial stability risks associated with crypto or digital assets, however you want to call them. And that broad topic is, of course, a substantial concern for central bankers and for regulators in jurisdictions around the world. And I wanted to start by just talking very briefly about the collapse of the Terra USD stablecoin and the associated Luna coin last month, because it really highlights clearly the risks associated with financial innovation in this sphere. And to me, the surprise was not that this arrangement collapsed. That is, when you look at the design of it, it seemed clearly susceptible to a classic self-fulfilling run. That is, the value of the coin was supposed to be pegged at $1, and there was little or no assets to back up that claim. And this was well known. So Warren Weber wrote a nice piece back in 2019 expressing skepticism about all of these algorithm-based stablecoins. Rather, what was surprising to me was how large Terra USD got before this collapse happened. At the peak, the market capitalization was over $18 billion. And I just have a graph here of that market capitalization to point out how quickly it was growing right up until the collapse. So this takeoff is in November last year. So over this period of 6 months, it grew from 3 billion to 18 billion. That, it grew sixfold. And, when we think about these, self-fulfilling collapse driven by beliefs, in some sense, the timing of these collapses is inherently random. It didn't have to happen last month necessarily. Potentially it could have happened a year from now, or maybe 2 years from now. And that raises the question, how large might Terra USD have become had the collapse come much later, and how integrated might it have become with traditional markets and institutions, and how big might the spillover effects have been in that case? And I think that's one way of thinking about the issues that David wants us to think about, right? So the paper very much encourages us to look ahead at the risks that may emerge in the future, and to think about, importantly, to think about what can be done now to mitigate those risks. And I think that's an extremely important message for central bankers and for other regulators. Of course, it's a difficult task, anticipating what problems are going to arise and acting now to preempt them. But David points in some really promising directions for thinking about things we might do. And he focuses on this particular concern. The way I'd express it, and this is just paraphrasing what he said, it's really a combination of technology and the governance of certain crypto arrangements that together may undermine traditional approaches to regulation and supervision of financial entities. The technology component is that it's difficult to limit people's access to things like Bitcoin. You just need a smart device and an internet connection. That might be harder to limit than, say, preventing people from holding foreign bank accounts. And then the governance, which David talked about a lot, he's focusing on these decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, where there's no institution in the traditional sense to regulate or to take action against if it's seen as violating regulations or laws. And so while we think about DAOs, we might think the risks currently posed to financial stability and to the real economy are small. Of course, the sector is growing rapidly. So think again about that chart I showed you about the growth in Terra before its collapse. And so these risks could develop quite quickly. And David talked about some ways in which the risk could become systemic. So, in particular, you can imagine a stable coin being attractive as a common means of payment in global supply chains. You can imagine big efficiency gains there. But if that were to occur and then the coin were to collapse or experience a serious disruption, then we'd have real economic consequences. That would be a problem. And so recognizing that that possibility could develop, what should central banks do? Well, David says one option is offer a competing product that doesn't have these problems. And that could be a CBDC. And he mentions thinking about where the demand for stable coins and these risky forms of money is coming from. It tells you something about how a CBDC should be designed. It needs to be, he mentioned it should be wholesale focused, but it also needs to easily be used cross-border. And that's going to require some international cooperation, perhaps. So overall, I think this is a really interesting and thought-provoking discussion of an important issue. I think David's absolutely right in highlighting the importance for policymakers to act quickly rather than waiting until these problems develop. And it's sort of an interesting use case for CBDC, the idea of crowding out undesirable risky forms of private money. So I'm going to focus my comments on these four things, and let me dive right in and talk about data. So as I said, the paper focuses on the unique challenges raised by DeFi or decentralized finance and by these DAOs. But one thing that I think might be interesting is there may be a positive side to the coin. That is, if an entity is truly decentralized, then it has to operate on a public ledger so that everyone has access to the ledger. And that public ledger, including policymakers, right? And this public ledger in principle provides a lot of information to policymakers. And monitoring financial activity is a crucial first step in financial stability policy. In a sense, it comes before thinking about regulation and supervision. You have to know what's going on first. And that's often not an easy task, and I think it's underappreciated. As an example, an illustrative example, let's think about repo markets prior to the global financial crisis in 2008. So we know now that repo markets played a big role in that crisis. But if we go back to 2007, policymakers actually had very limited insight into what was going on in those markets, including such basic things as how large is the overnight repo market, for example. There's been a lot of effort after the financial crisis to collect that sort of data, and they now have it. But in 2007, very little was known. And in contrast to that, if we look at things in decentralized finance, like the size, the market capitalization of Terra USD, I showed you the graph. That's public information. It's known in real time. Of course, the public ledger doesn't give us all of the data a regulator might want. The owners of digital wallets are not known, for example. It's hard to know what a lot of the transfer activity represents. But nevertheless, I just want to pose this, as a question. How can we use the information in public ledgers about what's going on in DeFi to support financial stability? I don't know, but I think that's something that deserves thought. Second comment on the difficulties of regulation. So David emphasized that the DAOs are inherently difficult to regulate, and that's of course true. I just wanted to point out that of course regulation is difficult in general, and even centralized entities create challenges, and they create challenges in at least a couple of ways. One is that an entity that's centralized can set up outside the regulatory perimeter in a foreign jurisdiction, for example. And so one thing, a good example to have in mind here would be Tether. And the problem here, Tether, so Yonsei called it quasi-DAO, and maybe that's the right way to say it. It's not fully a DAO and it's not fully DeFi. It's centralized, and because of that, it's much less transparent. And David alluded to this as well. Not all the activities on a public ledger, and in particular, that means it's not publicly known what assets Tether is holding to back its stablecoins, and that's been the subject of some debate. So offshore centralized crypto arrangements may, at least in some ways, in this opacity way, be more challenging than pure DeFi DAOs. Second way, even regulated entities present challenges, right? And David mentioned some crypto or digital entities are being established within the regulatory perimeter. So USD coin is an example here. This is a stable coin that's set up as a money services business in the US and is regulated at the state level in the US. And they do that because it makes it legal for them to do some things that otherwise might not be legal, and also as a business proposition to attract customers. And David in the paper says, well, in this case, in principle, it's straightforward. It's just like regulating a traditional financial entity. And of course, that's true. But at the same time, I'd point out that in practice, preventing regulated entities from creating systemic risk is not always a straightforward task. And I think a useful example here is to think about money market mutual funds in the US, right? So this is something that was born in part as regulatory arbitrage when there were caps on the interest rates banks could pay on deposits. And in part, it was a useful innovation for finding a place for corporate treasurers to safely park cash. But the fragility of at least some types of money market funds became apparent in 2008. The Reserve Primary Fund was holding Lehman commercial paper that caused it to break the buck, and that created a run on other institutional prime funds. And to halt that run, it was halted when the US Treasury stepped in with guarantees and the Fed stepped in with liquidity facilities. So you might say money market mutual funds are very much a regulated entity in the US. They're well inside the regulatory perimeter. We saw this problem. It should be straightforward to correct. And a lot of effort was made by policymakers to reform prime institutional funds in a way that would prevent future runs. But in that process, there was pushback from the industry. And I think it's fair to say the resulting reforms were a type of compromise. And I think it's also fair to say those reforms proved ineffective in the next period of stress in March 2020 in the COVID financial turmoil, when the same types of funds experienced runs again. Okay, so to make this long story short, I think DAOs are indeed interesting and they may create novel challenges for regulation. But in the process, I want to say we should be sure not to overlook the risk from more familiar sources within the crypto space, be those centralized entities outside the regulatory perimeter or even regulated entities need to be regulated properly or carefully. So I also want to talk about CBDC versus private money. So David emphasized CBDC can be useful. One way it can be useful is by providing a public alternative, a safe public alternative to risky private forms of money. And I agree with that. But notice the private market could also provide a very safe form of digital money. That is a stable coin that's 100% backed by cash reserves and treasury bills. And this is at least what USDC coin claims to be. And so then my first question here is, why is that not enough? Do we really need a public alternative? And that is, and if there's really demand for this safe form of money, if people are going to use it if it's offered, it seems like the private solution should be profitable. It should end up being offered. And to think about the issue, I think it's again instructive to think about money market mutual funds. So there exist money market mutual funds, institutional funds that hold only government securities or only government and government-backed securities. And those funds have proven safe. They did not experience runs in 2008. In fact, they experienced inflows during the financial crisis. They did not experience runs in 2020. But nevertheless, the fact that this safe option was there and available did not prevent the prime money market funds from becoming a systemic risk. So second question, is it sufficient to make a safe public alternative like CBDC available? Or do we need to do more? That is, and if we can't regulate out the risky private money, is there a case to be made for subsidizing in some way the safe public money? I don't know, but that seems worth thinking about. And that leads me to my final comment, which is going to have a related flavor, which is about lock-in effects. All right, so we know there's strategic complementarities in the choice of medium of exchange. I want to use the type of money that other people are using so that they will readily accept it when I want to spend it. And these complementarities tend to generate multiple equilibria, or in a dynamic setting, what some people would call lock-in effects, right? Whatever people initially coordinate on becomes difficult to dislodge later. And so if you think about it as in a technology adoption setting, there are lots of examples. The inefficient layout of the keys on a computer keyboard, or in old videotapes, the idea that Betamax was a better technology, we ended up, for whatever reason, coordinated on the VHS format. Okay, so David I see David is making the point that preventing the coordination on an undesirable arrangement, like a risky form of private money, at least requires that the better alternative is available from the start, so that we could end up coordinated on that, or from near the start. And so that's why it's important to move quickly on CBDC and make it available soon. But I want to go a step further and say, sometimes in these technology adoption problems, it's actually desirable to subsidize a preferred technology to encourage its adoption, in a sense, as a way of pushing the equilibrium selection process towards a desired outcome. So Yonsei took the opportunity to talk about some recent work. I'll take the opportunity to talk about some old work of mine. So I have this old paper with Huberto Ennis in the JME on exactly this point: optimal fiscal policy when there are multiple equilibria, and using fiscal policy to sort of push the economy towards the desired equilibrium. It seems like that same idea might apply here. If we're worried about getting locked into a risky, undesirable, risky form of private money, we might not only want to offer safe public money, but we might want to subsidize it to encourage adoption. Okay, so that's it. So again, those are my points. As I said, I think this is a super interesting paper. There's a lot to think about here, and I look forward to the further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, let me check. We have around 15 minutes. So before we get question from the floor, David, could you please rejoin to the discussion?
Yes, I'd be very happy to. I want to thank Yonsei and Todd for two excellent discussions. I'm not going to say too much on them, but I guess Yonsei, I was really interested in your own work, actually, on the degree of privacy protection and the willingness to use CBDC. I take it that was for Korea, right? The sample was in Korea, yeah. And the lesson for that would be whatever kind of the design of the CBDC, the wholesale structure, whatever I was proposing, that it should embed these degree of privacy protection that you found was attractive in your experiment there, yeah. And Todd, I thought that, yeah, you hit the nail on the head in many places, the way you often do. It was very nice of you to point out kind of some potential positive sides of the DAOs. The transparency of the ledger, in fact, is something that regulators might make use of. I remember going to early crypto conferences back in 2014 and 2015, and they would bring representatives from the IRS and the FBI. And I remember these representatives standing up there and going, "This blockchain is just amazing." I mean, they thought it was a regulator's dream to have this data at their disposal. So on top of that, I think one thing I did not mention, and something that we should consider as a possibility, is that these structures, the smart contracts. I don't know how familiar people are with that lingo. It is conceivable that these people innovate these contractual forms in a way that actually render these structures run-proof by exploiting kind of the commitment power that's embedded in the code. Todd, you would be familiar with the literature, the theory of bank runs that stresses the importance of commitment, and this is another thing that I think we shouldn't overlook too, is the possibility that there's some very smart people working in this space, and they might actually innovate in a way that surprises us, that actually makes these private structures resilient to runs without government support. I mean, I don't know if that's likely, but I mean, we shouldn't rule it out. Absolutely right on everything else you said. Is a CBDC sufficient? No. Well, we'll have to be supplemented with a regulatory effort. Yeah, the lock-in effect, that's very interesting as well. I know in the United States, for example, I mean, I've often said it, I don't know how a CBDC is supposed to attract customers in the United States. Americans, I don't know if this is true in other jurisdictions, but Americans love their credit cards. They love their cashback rewards. They love their points. And of course, credit card companies, they pass the charges on to merchants, of course, but merchants are by and large obliged to accept payments in these credit cards simply because, we love our basically these cards pay the consumer to use them. And to Todd's point, I mean, if we wanted to attract people away from that, if it is a bad equilibrium, would a CBDC actually have to subsidize the depositors? And how would the banks feel about that? And these are very interesting and difficult questions. Thank you both for your discussion. I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now we are open for some questions, comment from the audience. I'll take question from WebEx and then floor after that from the audience. Anyone participating in WebEx, please just press the raise button, or then in the approval, raise your hand. Then, in the meantime, can I take a tiny advantage, asking a question just as a moderator? Recently, many central banks are preparing for issuing CBDC, right? So some central banks seem to want to introduce CBDC in a hurry, right? But others want to introduce CBDC after careful deliberation, right? What factors do you think are the most important for determining the timing and the speed of introducing CBDC in each country? These questions goes to anyone, you speaker and discussant.
I can take that very quickly. I'm sure the others have views as well. I think the answer is that it depends. I mean, for example, in the United States, there's no great rush. I mean, the U.S. dollar is kind of the world reserve currency, and the U.S. doesn't see a major threat on that dimension anytime soon. In China, it's kind of different. I mean, in China, you had WeChat and Alipay there, arguably doing a really great job, but it was clear, I think. I mean, I'm speculating to some extent, but perhaps the government wanted more control over information at some level that WeChat and Alipay either were unable or unwilling to disclose. And then in other jurisdictions, smaller countries, they naturally more experimentative, I guess. They're serving jurisdictions with different issues. They're a large unbanked population, for example, and they might view a CBDC as a vehicle to kind of promote financial inclusion. Although, like I mentioned in my talk, I mean, the vehicle for that have been private sector initiatives, and so like M-Pesa, for example. But I suppose a well-designed, a well-orchestrated and coordinated central bank digital currency is a way to do it as well. And I think that might be a reason that motivates many, say, lesser developed economies.
Todd, do you have any opinion about that?
Yeah, I would largely agree with David. Just to sort of restate some of it, there are a variety of possible use cases for a CBDC, and in some jurisdictions, one of those use cases might seem more pressing. So Sweden was early in talking about this because they were concerned about the disappearance of cash, which was moving much faster there than in other places. So I just heard in another conference this morning about the CBDC in Nigeria, and there it was very much a financial inclusion motive. They thought that was a pressing issue, and this was a way to do a public-private partnership to solve it. And again, in some other jurisdictions, none of these issues seem pressing at the moment. That buys policymakers a bit of time to do more studies, but also to see how these early movers work out and to learn from that before taking further steps.
Thank you. Yonsei?
Yeah, no, I just want to add one comment to that. And so to me, this CBDC is, I mean, maybe narrowly speaking, it could be just an electronic form of government or legal tender. So that would be a narrow kind of a lens. But I think, to me, it can be also viewed as an alternative digital platform in relation to, say, platform provided by big techs, such as, I guess, Amazon, or in Korea we have Kakao and Naver. So, central bank is not a profit-seeking organization. So, I think if CBDC as a digital platform, I think it will have some important role as promoting competition in the payment services industry. So I think, again, back to this data or privacy protection or data governance issue. So these big techs, they kind of sit on the customer's data, and they have what they call data silos, if you like. And so CBDC as an alternative digital platform, I guess it can be a kind of a quite forceful and powerful kind of competitor in this market. So by providing alternatives to the customers and other, say, small payment service providers. So this may be a kind of a more long shot or medium and long-term issues, but I think to me that's definitely will be part of this contribution, social value or contribution made by the CBDCs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can I take a question from the floor? There you go.
Hi. My name is Kang Han-go from the Bank of Korea. Thank you for your valuable presentations and discussions. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the technology, but I would like to know the meaning of the digital currency, the difference between the meaning of the digital currency and the meaning of the decentralized finance. So, I mean, if we think of the Bitcoin or the stable coin, then we can think of the decentralized system in the digital world. And if we think of the CBDC as a kind of central bank money, then we are talking about the public money. So it means that in the new digitalized system, some people are thinking of the system of decentralized finance. But we are, when we think of the CBDC, we are thinking of the kind of public money system. So, I mean, it is quite a fundamental questions. So, in technology, we can think of the decentralized finance system, okay. But we do not want to give them total freedom in the world of the public money system.
Okay, David.
So what is your opinions about?
Yeah. So if I understood, your initial question had something to do with what's the difference between digital money and DeFi. We've had digital money for forever. Most of the money supply we use on an everyday basis is already digital. We use our debit card. We're debiting digital bank accounts. So we have digital money. I think for me, the distinguishing, and of course, chartered banks are licensed businesses in a private-public partnership with a central bank and the government. The deposits are insured, at least partially. And so arguably, the consolidated banking sector is a private-public sector digital money system already. What's the difference between that and the DeFi product? Well, as I mentioned in my talk, the DeFi differs along many dimensions, but the distinguishing characteristics, I would say, especially the pure DAO-based systems, is one, is a difference in the front end and a difference at the back end. What's different at the front end is permissionless access. So, early on when I went to do my talk back in 2014, I went, how do I do Bitcoin? I went to the internet and I downloaded a wallet, and I had it within minutes. I mean, I didn't have to go through any procedure to apply for an account. I just had it immediately, permissionless. So that's how, and then after that, it's just like using online banking at the front end. And then the other distinguishing characteristic is at the back end is how are the payments actually managed? How is the database actually managed? And there they use these blockchain powered protocols that are more consensus-based database management systems. I mean, that's to me the distinguishing characteristic between these different types of digital money. And of course, the private object is not legal tender. It's not necessarily government liability. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Thank you. We just have around a few minutes. I'd like to take one more question from the audience, online audience. I have a question related to this. I'll read this. When issuing CBDC, central banks may face the CBDC trilemma, in which they cannot simultaneously achieve three objectives of payment and settlement efficiency, financial stability, and price stability. Do you have any opinion about this? How to deal with this trilemma? It seems related to the issuing the CBDC, then with respect to financial stability, central bank should inject more liquid to the financial intermediary than the risk of inflation or price stability. Do you have any idea over that?
It sounds like a Markus Brunnermeier concept. Todd, I'm not actually that well versed on the.
Yeah, I think this comes from a paper by Linda Schilling and Harold Uhlig and Jesus Fernandez. I don't have any great insights on it. I think you described the issue exactly right. That if for financial stability purposes, you may, in some states, need to act as a lender of last resort. When you do that, that increases the money supply, and that may move the price level. And so, in some sense, it's just an instance of sometimes there are competing policy objectives. And you need to think about, whether you're more concerned with financial stability or movements in the price level. I don't have anything to offer beyond that.
All right, it's time to finish this session. I'll close this session with many thanks to speakers and discussants and attendees. Especially, I really appreciate participants from afar, despite challenges, including time zone differences, right? Thank you. I hope you find the event fruitful and intellectually stimulating. Let me hand over this to the Mihek.
Yes, thank you so much. You can meet Professor Markus Brunnermeier in our next session, which will begin in about 10 minutes. So please do stay with us. And now we are going to take a 10-minute break, and the next session will commence at 11:30 a.m. on the dot, Korea Standard Time. So please enjoy your break, and please give them a final round of big applause for their great job. Thank you. Now please enjoy your break. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now let us begin our panel discussion titled New Roles and New Accountability for Future Central Banking. And for this panel session, Professor Robert Townsend from MIT will serve as our moderator. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Townsend with a warm round of applause.
Us. We have an awesome responsibility here as a panel, the last event of the conference and really the anchor. So, you know, the theme is new roles of the conference itself is new roles and a new accountability for the future of central banking. So I'm hoping that each of you can express your views on this. We have quite a few speakers, 5 of you. So I ask you to be mindful of the time and keep track of your allotted time as best you can. Hopefully no reminders will be needed. And after that, it would be good if we could exchange views as a genuine panel to express our congruences and disagreements and really try to bring the issues out on the table. And then beyond that, hopefully there is time for question and answer from the WebEx and from the audience. So let me not delay further. Our first speaker is Joon-Ho Hahm, who's professor at Yonsei University and former member of the Monetary Policy Board of the Bank of Korea. So if you could begin, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Right, thank you for inviting me to this renowned international conference. I feel truly delighted and privileged to join this panel discussion. Yesterday, Governor Lee of the Bank of Korea raised very timely and insightful questions in his opening address. If I remember correctly, those were first, with the return of inflation, whether central banks should go back to the previous inflation targeting regime with price stability as a sole and supreme objective. Second, when the current inflation shock eventually subsides, then and the economy returns to the low growth trend of the past, like a secular stagnation, would we be able to re-employ conventional monetary policy tools adopted before? And finally, what kinds of unconventional tools could be used in an open economy like Korea, given its credit constraint and vulnerability to capital flight? My discussion today shares some of these concerns, and I would like to comment on broad direction for coping with these challenges from the perspective of central bank in emerging market countries. More specifically, I will first give a contextual preamble by characterizing the changing law and challenges for central bank in this newly shifting economic environment after the GFC and the recent pandemic. I will then further illuminate additional dilemma faced by the central bank in open emerging economies, highlighting the experience of Korea. And finally, I will conclude with remarks concerning the direction of institutional reforms required for better and more effective central banking and policy governance. As noted by Charles Guttert, historically, there have been 3 genuine objectives or functional roles of central bank, namely maintaining price stability, financial stability, and facilitating state financing. Naturally, relative importance among these goals has shifted over time, especially after major wars and crises. According to Goodhart, liquidity creation and manipulation of own balance sheet is the essence of central banking, and enhanced financial stability law in the post-GFC era would mean inevitably greater government involvement and less independence for central bank. Indeed, recent outbreak of pandemic crisis seems to have accelerated this shift towards enhanced role of central bank, not only in financial stability, but also in state financing, whether voluntary or unavoidable. Unprecedented liquidity creation and massive balance sheet expansion of central bank in advanced countries imply the transition from the era of separation between central bank and government in pre-crisis period to the regime of implicit or shadow monetary financing after the crisis. As Daniela Gabor showed in her figure in the post-World War II period of Keynesian fiscal dominance, central banks held significant shares of government debt on their balance sheet. This figure shows the percentage of sovereign debt held by the central bank, and as you can see, um, this significant holdings of government debt in this period is often due to their role as a debt manager for the state. But from the late 70s, however, with rising inflation after oil shocks, growing influence of monetarism led increasingly independent central banks to reduce their holdings of government bonds dramatically. Then, as we know, this regime shifted once again with the outbreak of the global financial crisis and pandemic, and the central bank holdings of government debt have in, have again increased substantially. Quantitative easings and massive purchase of government bonds resulted in implicit monetary financing of government debt with side effect of elevated asset prices and unprecedented level of leverage in both public and private sectors. On top of this, newly raised calls for central bank laws in addressing income inequalities, climate changes, and digital transformation also mean ever increasing demand for closer monetary and fiscal linkage. Now, an unexpected new phase has begun with sudden return of inflation. At the end of low for long, these interest rates, um, significant challenges uh, being posed to and is threatening the stability and sustainability of this implicit monetary financing regime. At this stage, it is difficult to say with certainty how long this inflation shock will last. But in my view, central banks will no longer be able to come back to unbridled implicit money financing regime without destabilizing inflation anchor. However, central banks are not likely to return to the previous pre-crisis regime of fully independent central bank either as a faithful guide of price stability only because the lessons from the GFC, global financial crisis, are still valid, and financial stability will remain an important mandate, especially given the unprecedented level of debt and resulting financial vulnerability. Indeed, current situation is raising a highly complex and serious question for central banks on how we could soft land from the post-GFC regime without risking financial stability and debt sustainability. Along with the changing laws, central banks are now faced with diverse new challenges. First, monetary policy trade-off is changing from the previous price stability versus financial stability trade-off under subdued inflation in pre-pandemic era to the price stability versus debt sustainability trade-off as mentioned before. This shift also raises difficulties in central bank governance and relationship with the government. While the law as an inflation fighter requires more independence, enhanced law in financial stability and debt management requires close cooperation with government, which will undermine credibility and independence in manipulating its own balance sheet. Furthermore, as central bank policies are creating socio-economic winners and losers, their actions are no longer considered politically neutral, and central banks are expected to fulfill social and quasi-political responsibilities without corresponding legitimacy and power. As central banks are losing the clarity of their mandate, conflict of interest, accountability, communication problems may arise from the plurality of objectives and multiple responsibilities. More fundamentally, criticisms are growing on the political legitimacy of accumulating power on non-elected institutions such as central bank. On top of this, to make matters more complicated, as we have listened, digital transformation, technological development are adding much complexity to operation of monetary policy and financial stability laws of central bank as they bring about structural shifts in policy transmission mechanism and new sources of systemic risk. Against this backdrop, now I would like to focus on additional challenges faced by the central bank in emerging economies. Indeed, it is quite crucial to have a better understanding of cross-border spillover effects of monetary policies in advanced economies and global financial cycle, as they substantially affect both macro fundamental and financial conditions, constraining the policy space and scope in emerging market countries. As argued by Helen Lay, there exists global financial cycle associated with unconventional monetary policies of major advanced economies, and the global financial cycle has transformed the traditional trilemma in international finance into dilemma in that monetary policy autonomy is substantially undermined even with exchange rate flexibility. There seem to be various transmission channels through which global financial cycle and its monetary spillover affect emerging market economies. To name a few, exchange rate, bank credit, corporate risk spread, bond market flows, and term premium in long-term interest rates. Global financial cycle and sudden reversal of capital flows exert non-trivial implications not only on the economy but also on the financial stability and even on economic inequalities in emerging market countries. Boom-bust cycles in credit and asset prices driven by the global financial cycle are often disconnected with local economic fundamentals, limiting policy scope for central banks and aggravating the trade-off among policy goals. For instance, as shown in this figure, the speed of a global financial cycle through bond markets caused synchronized movements of term premiums in long-term interest rates between US and Korea after the global financial crisis. And resulting credit boom and stagnant real economy have widened gap between conventional inflation-neutral R-star and finance-neutral R-star, sharpening the trade-off between financial stability and price stability goal. Global financial cycle also affect economic inequalities in open emerging markets. As this figure shows, while an expansionary domestic monetary policy shock tends to mitigate income inequality, an expansionary external monetary policy shock, as measured by unanticipated net capital flows, tends to worsen asset inequalities in Korea. As shown by Song-Shin yesterday, global factors play an important role in housing market booms around the world. And as Professor Mian today showed us, inequalities may be transmitted across borders via global financial cycle and convergence of R stars, for example. And Korea is no exception. Having discussed so far, what are the policy direction to move forward? In my view, given the multifaceted nature and complexity of challenges, it is clear that central bank cannot do all the jobs alone. While it is necessary to broaden the role of central bank, we may clearly define functional scope and limit of central bank in its relationship, especially in its relationship with other related policy bodies. An effective policy mix is needed more than ever, and constant institutional reforms efforts are required to build a better policy governance to achieve this without sacrificing central banks' credibility. For instance, effective macroprudential policy measures lend monetary policy to focus more on price stability. Likewise, central banks' systemic risk monitoring and assessment must be closely linked with macroprudential policies. And central bank lender of last resort law needs to be coordinated with resolution policies of financial regulators and deposit insurance body. And central bank tactic and management capacities in government bond markets can be utilized in debt management and fiscal policy. It is equally critical to strengthen governance measures within the central bank to minimize potential conflict of interest, accountability, and communication problems. In this regard, when multiple mandates are given, establishing separate independent committees within the central bank should be considered. Monetary Policy Committee and separately installed Financial Policy Committee at the Bank of England would be an example. Potential principal agent problems need to be minimized by strengthening transparency and accountability measures at the central bank and timely disclosure of relevant information and strengthening of performance monitoring and communication will be instrumental in this regard. Finally, I need to emphasize that we should build a better institutional architecture for more effective cooperation and coordination among policy authorities. For instance, we can install an official coordinating financial stability committee clearly stated in the relevant law. Whatever the institutional arrangement, it is critical to establish accountable, transparent policy governance scheme and provide clear mandate and tools for institutions involved, formalizing collaboration and coordination scheme, which includes information sharing and mutual interaction processes, should be instrumental in this regard. This concludes my remarks, and I look forward to further discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, rather than attempting to summarize what each of you said, I think we'll, in the interest of time, continue. So the next listed on the program is David Andolfatto, who's Senior Vice President of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see. Well, I guess I'm the only central banker on here on the panel. And so, you know, when I looked at the title of this session, you know, I have to confess, I mean, I haven't really been spending a lot of time thinking about new roles and new accountability for future central banking. We're kind of fighting an inflation fire right now. But it seems, from my perspective, I guess, from what I can see out there, you know, there's no question that governments are seeking new roles for central banks, kind of roles traditionally tackled more directly by governments and their agencies. But indeed, in some cases, central banks or some central bankers seem to be actively seeking these new roles themselves. And some of these roles include, you know, are related to inequality, promoting financial inclusion, funding for state and local governments, and also, of course, issues related to climate change. And you know, so for this session, I just thought, you know, the question is are central banks the best vehicles kind of to address these concerns, or should they basically just stick to their knitting, and if so, why? And I think Joon-Ho provided a whole, you know, list of good reasons, and I think I'm going to repeat some of them here. But for myself, though, you know, when I reflect on this question, I think it's useful for us to think about what makes a central bank a central bank. I mean, what is the DNA of central banks? And for me, central banks are banks, and so the question is what are the roles of banks in society? And of course, banks create money in the form of deposits. They because the liabilities they create are an important component of the money supply. Banks play a prominent role in managing the money and payment system. And of course, banks use their deposit liabilities to make loans and to purchase securities. Central banks are not necessary for these operations. Indeed, they're a relatively recent innovation in most countries. I mean, prior to central banks, national governments relied on their treasury departments and private banks to issue money and to finance their deficits. And money, banking, and credit has always kind of been a private-public partnership in history. So that's something important to keep in mind. Now, central banks, what makes them different from regular banks? I mean, central banks emerged for a variety of reasons in history. I mean, we had large private banks with specialized skills that were absorbed by government entities, so like the Bank of England, for example. Or sometimes central banks were created as just new entities from scratch, like the Federal Reserve, designed to establish standing facilities, kind of like the discount window, and to make sure that central clearing arrangements existed to make the payment system operate more smoothly. But in the fiat money era, central banks are given a very important power, I think, and that's monopoly control over the supply of settlement balances. But they're also, with this great power, typically limited in the way they can use this settlement balances. They're restricted to use them to make loans, primarily to banks, or to purchase securities, primarily government securities, but sometimes others. And so notably, central banks are not typically conferred fiscal powers. So with these powers, a central bank can set or influence money market interest rates, including the yields on government treasury securities. And while interest rate policy can have important redistributional consequences, we kind of think of fiscal policy is there to kind of address this concern. So, for example, through the implementation of some automatic stabilizers like unemployment insurance. Modern day central banks are typically staffed by technocrats and given explicit mandates by the federal government. And I think the chief mandate, the kind of unifying mandate, is some form of price level stability. I mean, there's also, a concern about the operation and financial stability of money markets, naturally, because central banks are bankers for the banks that manage the money and payment system. So we have to worry about the fact that the plumbing in money markets works well. And additionally, central banks are conferred regulatory, supervisory, and oversight roles over the money and banking sector. And there might be other mandates as well, like Humphrey Hopkins in the United States gave the Fed an employment mandate as well. In terms of accountability, central banks are accountable to elected bodies. In the United States, the Fed chair testifies twice in front of Congress. So to me, I ask, like, what mandates kind of make sense here? Now, if control over settlement balances and money market interest rates can be used to stabilize inflation and real economic activity, then I think the common dual mandate makes a lot of sense to me. And delegating these tools and mandates to an independent central bank makes sense if we don't believe government agencies are either able or willing to act sufficiently rapidly in the event of some shock, or perhaps to avoid acting in a politically expedient manner in terms of the policies they implement. So, there's been a big literature over why, an independent central bank makes a lot of sense. And of course, because central bank is expected to support money markets, it also makes sense to delegate them some role in regulating, supervising, and overseeing the firms that are involved in these activities. So I think that makes sense. This is what we see. But what mandates kind of make less sense to me? I mean, when you start seeing central bankers kind of talk about, their role in addressing issues related to inequality or funding state and local governments. I mean, this is about redistribution and social investments, and these decisions are inherently political in manner. I think same with climate change. I mean, some of the measures on the table I'm reading are requiring banks to assess climate risk as a financial risk and stress tests. okay. Encouraging or mandating climate-related financial disclosures, and setting sustainability criteria standards for green finance and lending by regulated banks. I mean, do we really want to go down this path? I think John Cochran mentioned, climate risk is, the climate evolves relatively slowly. I mean, it's not entirely clear what sort of financial risks one can think of emerging from climate change. I mean, although I've heard people come up with examples, I think they're pretty stretched, to be honest. And if we're going to be talking about climate risk, what about the risk of global conflict and wars or pandemics? I mean, I can provide a whole list of possible shocks that central banks should be worrying about as well. So I don't know. I think for these decisions that are inherently kind of political and relatively slow moving, we need our elected representatives to regulate these industries directly, not technocrats like ourselves that operate through the back door of financial regulation. And in pursuing these additional mandates can draw political fire too. I don't know how many of you are aware of the recent letter that Senator Pat Toomey wrote to Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis President Kashkari. I think I'll read an excerpt of the letter because this gives you an example of what we can expect. Senator Toomey writes, for more than 2 years, you, addressing Neil Kashkari, you have been improperly using your position as president of the Minneapolis Fed and Minneapolis Fed resources to aggressively lobby Minnesotans to support the Page Amendment, an amendment to the Minnesota Constitution that you helped develop and would create a new, quote, fundamental right to quality public education, unquote. This amendment is highly political as it wades into an ongoing debate about whether government-run school systems are preferable to parental choice in education. It is also controversial because it could be used by liberals to challenge education spending levels in court and give activist judges grounds for overriding levels set by the state's legislature, which is elected by and accountable to voters. So I think there's a danger here. I think that the commitment to low and stable inflation is a foundation upon which other good policies are built on and economic prosperity is built on. And expanding central bank mandates kind of beyond what the banking DNA structure is within central banks will either transform central banks into conventional government agencies or ineffective organizations or perhaps even both. And so, I mean, of course, because central banks are creatures of government, they can be granted whatever mandates and powers our elected representatives seem appropriate. But I think price stability is a sufficiently difficult mandate to achieve on its own with the tools that a central bank is typically delegated. And I do not think, as a central banker, I'm speaking here, I do not think that central banks need the distraction of competing mandates that properly belong in the political realm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I can tell we're going to have a successful evening. So the next panelist is Atif Mian, who's a professor at Princeton.
Thanks, Rob. I want to just start off by looking back a bit and thinking about central banks and their performance. And I think it's important that we recognize, I would qualify it as incredible success of central banking around the world, by and large. So if you look over the last 40 years, I mean, the main goal of central banks is price stability. And if you look at the global trend of inflation from 80s onwards, there's this global path that most countries have followed, which is inflation has moved towards sort of greater stability, and more central banks have been able to get at least closer to their targets, if not meet their targets. Now, of course, there are important exceptions. We all know the Zimbabwe's and Venezuela's of the world, and some major countries like Japan have been unable to meet it from the other end. But I think by and large, central banking has become more stable and more successful, and that's important to recognize before we look forward, because there is something that is working. I mean, it's a difficult problem. It's a big challenge. But I think I would say overall, it's been going in the right direction. And that's very, very important. That's very useful from a broader public macro utility perspective. Again, if you look at history, we know the problems associated with the gold standard. We know the problems associated with sort of private banking and the crises associated with private money and all of that. So in that context, we know the desirability of uh, fiat money, but managing it with discipline is an important challenge. That's why we have the independence and all of that. And things have moved, as I said, by and large, in the right direction. However, I want to sort of circle back to some of the things that David was talking about. And I think there's clearly something is shifting politically and socially. Everybody is talking about polarization and so on. And for a while, the central banking world was immune to that, I guess. But it's not clear to what extent it will be able to maintain that. So just to give you one example, I mean, take Turkey as an example. Clearly, a Turkey that politically has followed some of the trends that we have seen globally in terms of sort of a polarizing populist figure getting to power and then consolidating power. And I think it's fair to say that what has happened in Turkey on the central banking side is not something to be replicated elsewhere. The most important country in that respect is the US. So let's come back to where we are in the US. Clearly, it has been under pressure. It has sort of short-term inflation has been the highest in recent years, and that's been a challenge. Now, my own take on that is that I've been looking at the 7 to 10 year forward, because short term can be very noisy, and you don't want to get too swayed one way or the other. And it's been remarkably comforting in my view. If you look at the forwards, both on nominal and sort of the real side, it's been a lot more stable than some of the news cycle would make you believe. And so I'm quite optimistic, actually, looking from the judgment of the markets, but also looking at some of the signaling. For example, Biden recently met Powell in his office saying, we are behind taking control of inflation. At some level, the political cost of inflation is nice because it tells you that the usual worry that politicians will run away with inflation or force it to run away with it, there's a natural check and balance from the electorate, and that's kind of nice, actually. And so I see all of those as positives. Yet I worry in some sort of the rare disaster framework sense, that I think the things can still get unhinged politically, because there is that kind of risk there in the background. We saw January 6th and all of those kind of events. So I think that risk remains, but we just have to hope that politically and socially we can avoid those. And if we can avoid those kind of rare disasters, I'm quite confident that the Fed will ultimately get control of the situation, and things would be fine. So let's move beyond that traditional role of central banks, and what are the new sort of roles or sort of exciting changes that might happen within the central bank? And I think, in my view, one area is really CBDCs, the central bank digital currencies. I think that is a very interesting kind of possibility. And one way to conceptually think of why that's an interesting possibility is to go back really to Great Depression days. And if you think about what some of the leading minds of that time were talking about, there was this Chicago Plan idea, which really talked about separation of, again, David briefly mentioned the very idea of a bank and what it is supposed to do. And they were talking about the usefulness of separating the payment system from the sort of this maturity mismatch that becomes a natural problem when you try to provide both the payment system and the funding system through the same bank. And you can separate those two things practically, at least in theory, if you sort of follow the logic of what CBDCs can provide. Now, obviously, there are a lot of challenges there, and one should approach that with caution. But I think that it should be pursued within proper reason, of course. And I think that can potentially has the potential to kind of structurally change the system and make it financially more stable for all the issues of bank run and financial instability that we very well know of. I think it's equally important for central banks. It's amazing how much air the whole crypto thing has gotten, and there's so much misconception out there about how this can quote unquote magically transform the world, and I think all of that is a bunch of nonsense essentially. I think most serious people know that. I think there's a failure on our end, and maybe I'll put central banks in that as well. We have not been able to communicate to the general public just what incredible value actually central banks perform. The ability to have sort of a currency that is publicly backed as opposed to some notion of privatization of currency. I think that's a fundamentally, I think, important concept. And I would loop that into a sort of a challenge, a communication challenge, as we talk about the other aspect of the challenge to protect independence. Central banks always need to communicate their functions and their actions. And I would include this in that bin as well. I think there needs to be this broader understanding of why Bitcoin is a terrible idea, even if it did not use that much energy. The last thing I'll say is more on the structural issues and challenges of the economy. I think we have, in the passing the buck issue from the political and fiscal side, that we have been leaning on the monetary side has been the residual claimant of all of our public sort of faults. And so failures of fiscal policy, failures of lack of public investment and things like that, because all of that translates into sort of downward pressure on the interest rate. The problem associated with rising inequality, something that I've talked about, that leads to financial surpluses that also put downward pressure on the interest rate. So I think on these two kind of both the demand and the supply side issues, one I would say that boosting investment, that's a big issue. That's a big problem, how investment has been trending downwards, real investment that is. And on the same side, how financial surpluses have been rising because of inequality, in my opinion. I think those issues are structural issues outside of the central banking domain, but the consequences of that have to bear on central bank. And it's important that, again, it's part of communication and so on, that we recognize that those issues have to be dealt outside of central banks. And it's important to create that monetary space so central banks can do the occasional thing that they have to do, which is managing the business cycle. Like, they are not in the business of managing structural problems, but we are kind of making them manage structural problems. I think we need to go back to letting central banks manage business cycles, and the political and the fiscal side and sort of the mechanism design side of the society needs to really deal with the structural issues. And we've had a failure on that. So I'll just end on that note. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next panelist is Laurence Ball, who's a professor at Johns Hopkins University. I think, Laurence, you have slides, yes?
I do have a couple of slides. Let me take control of the slides. It's not immediately working.
Right, I don't have access.
Well, let me start talking and see whether, well, yeah, let me start talking. So we're discussing a lot of issues about where monetary policy should go from here. And I want to just focus for concreteness on one very specific issue, which I'm very interested in. This issue presumes that going forward, policy will continue to be based on some form of inflation targeting. If we have some form of inflation targeting, then a basic question is, what should the level of the inflation target be? And what I'm going to argue is that the level of the inflation target should probably be higher than it is now for most central banks. And in particular, the international standard has converged to be inflation target should be 2%. And I think that something like 4% would probably be better going forward. All right, so let me see whether,
Yeah.
Okay, good, okay, good, okay. So why would we want a higher inflation target? Well, the reason simply is the problem of the zero bound on interest rates. That has been a big challenge for central banks in the recent past and is likely to be in the future. Atif, in his talk yesterday, talked about some of the problems of the zero bound. Now, most of you know the history. The zero bound was a big problem in many countries after the 2008 recession. Economies badly needed monetary stimulus, but once interest rates fell to zero, it was difficult for central banks to produce enough stimulus. Of course, unconventional policies were tried, but in my view, those are imperfect substitutes for an ability to lower the policy rate when necessary. And because of the limits on stimulus after 2008, many countries had very slow, painful recoveries. And indeed, as I discussed yesterday, it seems there were scarring effects of the Great Recession on potential output, which are likely to continue well into the future. Now, a few years ago, policy rates were starting to inch back up again after the recovery from the Great Recession. But of course, then we had the COVID crisis, and we found ourselves right back down with a lot of central banks having zero interest rates. Now, in this episode, in some countries at least, such as the United States, the inability to have more monetary stimulus did not doom the economy to a slow recovery because there was a massive fiscal stimulus that, if anything, perhaps overdid it as far as how much stimulus we had. However, I think it's suboptimal to depend on fiscal stimulus as the first line of defense when there's a recession. For one thing, whether fiscal stimulus occurs depends on the vagaries of the political situation when a recession happens. Even if there is fiscal stimulus, we know, of course, that aggressively using fiscal stimulus can lead to a big run-up in government debt, and that can lead to problems down the road. Now, of course, the zero bound is not constraining policy right at the moment in most countries. The big question now is whether interest rates will be increased rapidly enough to control inflation. But assuming we eventually get past the current situation and return to some kind of normalcy, the zero bound is likely to be a very frequent problem because of the chronically low level of nominal interest rates we can expect. So, for example, in the United States, the Fed has a 2% inflation target, and estimates of the neutral real interest rate are around 0.5%. And that means that the normal level of the nominal interest rate is 2.5%, which means the next time there's an adverse shock that causes a recession, policymakers have only 250 basis points of easing available. And that's simply not enough to counteract a moderate economic downturn, not to speak of a major shock like what happened in 2008 or 2020. Now, a 4% inflation target is a very simple way to mitigate the zero bound problem. By the Fisher effect, a higher inflation target means the normal level of policy rates is higher. So if the inflation target's raised from 2% to 4%, that would raise the normal level of the policy rate by 200 basis points, and we'd have an extra 200 basis points of policy easing available when it was necessary, and that would make it a lot easier for central banks to maintain full employment and deal with recessions. Okay, now central banks have not enthusiastically adopted the idea of increasing inflation targets despite the benefits in reducing the zero bound problem. And the reason for that, of course, is the basic view that inflation is costly, and if inflation is costly, it's not desirable to permanently increase the inflation rate, as I'm suggesting. However, in my reading of the evidence, while it's certainly the case that truly high rates of inflation can be very damaging to economies, that the costs of 4% inflation are not significantly different from the costs of 2% inflation. And that difference is not big enough to be a good reason to deter us from a policy change that would mitigate the very severe zero bound problem. Now, I don't have nearly enough time to go real into this, so let me primarily just try to refer you to a long paper that I did with several co-authors, some of whom were very respectable central bankers, not crazy radicals, where we advocate a higher inflation target. And we address the cost of inflation and argue that the commonly cited costs of inflation, greater uncertainty and so on and so forth, are pretty small for inflation rates below 5%. The one specific thing I'll mention is just the historical episode of Paul Volcker's famous conquest of inflation. I think Tom Sargent was maybe the first one to use the term the conquest of inflation to describe what Paul Volcker did. Not everybody knows that what the conquest of inflation consisted of was reducing the US inflation rate from double digits in the 1970s to 4% in the mid-1980s. And Volcker basically stabilized the inflation rate at 4% and declared victory. It wasn't until later that we developed the idea that 2% should be the goal of monetary policy. So basically, in my view, 4% inflation was low enough for Paul Volcker. And if it was low enough for Paul Volcker, that should be low enough for us, given the benefits of having a somewhat higher inflation target. Finally, just briefly, it's clear the zero bound problem is a major issue in the US, the Euro area, Japan, and so on. Is it relevant for Korea, the country we are being hosted by right now? And I believe it's the case that the policy rate has not gotten all the way down to zero in Korea the way it has in the US, the Euro area, Japan, and so on. So possibly one might argue that the zero bound is not such a big problem in Korea, and there's not a strong case for raising the inflation target. And I mainly just throw this out as a question for the experts on Korea who we have here. But just to throw out a couple of ideas, even though interest rates have not come down all the way to zero in Korea, they've come pretty close to zero on a couple of occasions. And it doesn't seem to me too difficult to imagine a shock that's bad enough that interest rates get stuck at zero in Korea as well. In addition, I want to remind you of an episode that Joon-Ho Shin talked about in his discussion yesterday, which I thought was very interesting, which is what happened in 2017 and 2018 when the interest rate was getting low, and arguably there was a case for reducing it further because inflation was below the target. But fears of financial stability implications of very low interest rates deterred the central bank from pushing interest rates down further. I think I'm correctly characterizing what I heard yesterday. So let me just throw out the idea that the situation that Professor Shin was talking about, we might interpret as sort of a soft lower bound on interest rates. And this is related, again, Atif, I talked about the idea that we think various bad things can happen if interest rates get very low, and this might constrain policy, even if rates are not all the way down to zero. And perhaps if Korea, among other countries, had a higher inflation target and hence a higher normal level of policy rates, then it would be less common for policy rates to get down to a danger zone where concerns about financial stability constrain further decreases in interest rates. And thank you very much. I will stop there.
Thank you. Very helpful. Okay, our last panelist is Markus Brunnermeier, professor at Princeton University.
Thanks a lot, Rob. Thanks to all of you, and thanks for inviting me to be on this panel. I would like to make a few comments. My first comment is that in the last 10 years or 15 years, the central banks could play Santa Claus and give a lot of gifts away in many countries. And we might see a shift to that. It might be that the central banks have to take the punch bowl away and have to be much more tough and unpleasant. And this might actually be a radical change in terms of how much fun it is to be a central banker, because you have to do unpleasant things in order to keep inflation under control. The second comment I would like to make is that we probably have to be more humble with regard how far we can predict things into the future and rely on some 5-year forwards or whatever. When you look back, there are so many shocks. COVID came in January. Nobody thought it would be a big deal. In March, the economy fell apart. The Russian invasion came. Nobody predicted that it will actually happen. And so there is a lot of these shocks, and we have all these models which predict, 10 years out I think there is a huge standard error around it, and we totally ignore these standard errors. And of course, we have models which assume that the inflation anchor always holds. So in most of these models, it's implicitly assumed that they are stationary. It's assumed that they are resilient in a sense. The inflation anchor holds. And I think that's a big assumption, and that's why we get all these misconceptions about reverting back to the mean and having essentially, during the recovery of the great financial crisis, everybody was hoping comes back very quickly. Similarly, it was the case that, when you now look at the inflations, whether it is transitory or not, initially all the models predict that it will come back very, very quickly, and it did not come back. So I think we should have way more scenarios rather than one model, one anchor model, and we should look much more of inflation anchors, whether inflation anchors break or don't break, and how resilient the whole system is in that. So that's the first thing in terms of models. The second thing is what we probably have learned and we have to take into account is that fiscal policy can have huge implications on inflation. And the fiscal stimulus in the United States was essentially teaching us, if we want to create inflation, we can create inflation. We just do it in a fiscal way. We have to helicopter drop essentially is still working. So we send out the stimulus checks, which are essentially a helicopter drop of doing things. Whether it works through everybody holds them a lot of liquid money and it's a monetary story, or it's because of some fiscality of the price level story, we cannot really discriminate between the various theories. But the fiscal policy has shown us if there's serious will behind it to create inflation, there is a possibility to create inflation. Japan might be slightly different, but it might be more a political thing. There might be no credibility that the elder generation really wants the inflation. And that's where the demographics come into play. So it's another element we have to take more seriously, the demographics. But in many countries, you can see that you can create inflation. That's a big lesson we have learned. And we all are afraid of the Japanification of many, many economies in a sense of being, worried that inflation is too low. And we didn't look carefully enough that inflation can also go high. The second aspect, the third aspect I wanted to say that when we do monetary policy, we should actually focus more on the risk perspective. And one way where you see it very clearly was in terms of some QE measures. In my view, the QE measures which really made a difference are the ones where the central bank is buying risky assets. If you just swap one safe asset for another safe asset, it didn't do so much. So QE, which involved buying US treasuries and swapping it for reserves, it didn't do so much. But if you really buy some risky assets, you can make a difference. And more, even if you don't buy it, but just promise to insure the tail risk, it made a huge difference. So in March 2020, when the Fed said, we will actually stabilize the corporate bond market, they didn't have to buy anything, and the corporate bond market went through the roof. And there was a record issuance of new corporate bonds in all of 2020 and 2021. So just saying we are standing ready to support the corporate bond market and assume corporate default risk, essentially, it will make a huge difference even if you don't do it at the end of the day. So shift away from pure risk-free interest rate, more to risk premia, focusing on the risk component, to what extent the central bank can assume the risk and redistribute the risk. I think that's another shift in the mindset, which is important. Now, finally, I would like to say a few words about the balance sheet policies of the central bank. And of course, the size of the balance sheets have ballooned across the globe, and the size will probably stay large, and that has implications for that. And the first thing is, what's about normalization? What's the optimal sequencing of normalization? If we want to, fight inflation, should we first raise interest rates, or should we first undo QE, or then do quantitative tightening? So there's a lot of interesting questions to be addressed. In my view, the policymakers, they have the sense that we know how interest rate policies work, we know how they imply things, and hence let's do more interest rate policy before we do quantitative tightening. If you look from a theoretical perspective, actually power is actually of an interest rate raise is more powerful if you do first the quantitative tightening and then the interest rate. So there's a clear sequencing. The theory predicts a very clear sequencing in which way you should sequence things. The other thing is that the footprint of the central bank is, of course, way bigger to society. As long if the government is, or if the central bank is only buying government paper, then it's fine. But if they also buy a lot of private bank paper, then you get into the realm of directed credit. So we had directed credit in the 70s. The question is, do we want to politicize the central bank this way? And that's also essentially what came up earlier, should central banks be involved in inequality decisions, financial inclusion, climate change? You just add the list further and further. And I'm very much here on the side of David in a sense. That actually will remove the power of the central banks. That just means you lose your independence. You will not be able to control then price stability, because the politicians will say, you want to meddle in our territory, we will meddle in yours. So in a sense, it's cleaner. You have a clear mandate. You focus on one, and that there's a very fundamental rationale why you have this clear mandate outsourced, because of time and consistency problems. And that's why I think it's a very dangerous move to go in all various areas in order to intervene there. Now, let me finally say a few words on CBDCs and central bank digital currencies, and a lot of these things came up earlier, also with David's presentation and the discussions afterwards. I think, and Rob mentioned it yesterday, I think one of the big differences, one of the big advantages will be that we have money on ledgers, and we can make this money programmable or contingent payments automatically. And that will be a huge advantage. Whether it's done directly, that the CBDC is on a particular smart ledger, or it is done through this augmented wholesale CBDCs, that are fully backed other tokens, which are then stable coins fully backed. But that doesn't really, these details don't matter, but it also means if you issue more of the CBDCs, you also, of course, increase the size of the balance sheet of the central bank as well. And then hence you also increase the political footprint of the central bank. And that can have big implications to a large extent too. And if I may say something on the inflation target, or should I wait for the second round for that? Because let me just say a few words to inflation target for Larry's, to take the opposite view of Larry. So first of all, my view, and that's perhaps a more behavioral perspective, it's important that people don't have to worry about inflation. If inflation is between 0 and 2%, people can just ignore. They can make many millions of decisions without worrying about inflation. Once you go to 4% inflation, I have to worry about inflation all the time. And also the volatility of inflation will be higher too. It's well known if the inflation is higher, the volatility will be higher as well. So it's always in my calculations when I make any negotiations, any credit contract or anything, I have to worry about it. Otherwise, if it's small enough, it's just I can ignore it. So that's why I think in our models it makes no difference, because everybody is hyper-rational in these models. But in the real world, I think for average people, if you ask them, who is the Fed chairman, most of them might not know it. What's inflation? They don't know it. They just go through their lives and they don't have to worry about it. And that's, let them worry about more important things than predicting what the inflation will be. That's one thing, and the volatility of inflation going up. The other thing is, we had many countries with a negative interest rate, and there's no zero lower bound. You can actually go to -1% easily. So I've seen many countries like the ECB is negative now, I don't know, for almost a decade. And so there's an effective lower bound of probably -1%, but so there's also 100 basis points can be squeezed out from that as well. And then, so we have the whole, if we move to digital money, CBDC, it might be even more likely that we can go even more negative in this regard. Of course, there will be some psychological barriers on this, but it's not clear that zero lower bound is driving everything. So often I have the impression that because of zero lower bound, all of macroeconomy is going haywire, and it's a zero lower bound driving all of the macroeconomy. And finally, as I said earlier, if you really want to push inflation up, you can do it. Of course, some people say, why should you have a higher inflation target than 2% if you can't even achieve 2%? So it's just not credible in a sense. But I think we have seen now through fiscal measures, you can actually push it up further. So you might be easily achieve at least the 2%, and then you have enough. If you assume there's an effective lower bound of 1%, you have 300 basis points to work with if you are that. But for me, the worry-free aspect is an important aspect, because as people ignore the inflation, then it's actually much more powerful to really cut the interest rate or have some inflation, because people don't take into account. Once they take this into account and rationally expect that, it's much more difficult to really have real impacts. So let me leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me abuse my position just slightly. Markus, that you mentioned my talk yesterday and the CBDC. I mean, if you thought about banks doing it, and banks have reserves, subject to approval of the central bank, you just convert the reserves to CBDC. So you're not necessarily creating, more reserves. In fact, if you put those reserves in escrow, as I was proposing yesterday, and have these certificates of escrow, then you actually start economizing on reserves, because you have all these inventory in real time and risk reduction and so on. Now, I have two other provocative questions, but I'm going to hold off. We have about 29 minutes left, and I think my job as moderator is mainly to let you guys. So again, don't feel obliged, but if you want to comment on the views of your fellow panelists, now would be a good time.
May I comment?
Yes.
I loved all the presentations, except for maybe Larry's. Yeah, I think I side a little bit more with Markus. I know where you're coming from, Larry, the arguments. There's a rationale behind it, I understand. I don't know, though. Again, reiterating what Markus said, is the zero lower bound really the problem? And in any case, I actually think that the effective lower bound is much lower than minus 100 basis points, especially given that the largest denomination of the US dollar bill is $100, and you got trillions of dollars in bank reserves. I just don't see any way trillions of dollars, $100 denominations, putting any effective lower bound. But I'm kind of skeptical. If the interest rate's zero, this is basically gives the Treasury a license to print its own money. It's called Treasury bills. You remarked, Larry, that you didn't think Treasury bills were as good a substitute, perhaps, or fiscal policy was as good a substitute as monetary policy. But in fact, Treasury bills were going at a premium relative to interest-bearing reserves at some points in the crisis. I mean, the corporate sector, as I mentioned in my talk, views Treasury bills as a form of risk-free saving because they don't have direct access to the Fed's balance sheet. And so to me, a zero lower bound is a license for fiscal policy to take over. And while you're right that, to expect our representatives to act on a discretionary manner, in a timely manner, is perhaps a bit too much to ask. There's nothing that would prevent, some automatic stabilizer, perhaps even through the central bank, to kind of deliver helicopter drops of money through CBDC accounts at the, with a fiscal blessing. And so the other thing is during these crisis events, and Markus, this applies to yours as well. You know, when you're thinking about the central bank purchasing more risky assets, that episode, as during the financial crisis and COVID, whenever these crises happen, wartime, whatever, the monetary authority, the fiscal authority start to act very cooperatively, collaboratively. There's nothing, in fact, Markus, that would prevent the Treasury from undertaking the operation you just suggested, and that would preserve central bank independence. And the Treasury had all the power to do exactly what you said as well. So, but in any case, it was a joint venture, a partnership during these crises. Yeah, color me skeptical on the raising the inflation target. I understand the principle, but I don't know.
Just if I can add to that, I don't know if I'm taking a position on that, but I guess I agree with the broader notion that the zero lower bound constraint is a self-imposed constraint under the assumption that monetary policy is the only game in town and must pull all the weight. We know that we can always solve a zero lower bound problem through fiscal authority, especially in a world where at zero lower bound, the government borrowing rate R is less than G. You can always do that. And then so why is it that we sort of absolve the fiscal authority of any sort of agency and say, you need to act as well? And then there are many other issues. That's partly what I was referring to, that if the issue is one of perpetual zero lower bound, there are structural reasons you're in it. And I think this notion that we must rewire the monetary policy system to get out of that issue, that's partly what I was referring to, that it's a bit too much pressure to impose on the monetary policy side of things.
Also, may I add comment on? I have also a comment on Larry's proposition on raising inflation target, and also he mentioned something about Korea's monetary policy decision as a soft lower bound potentially coming from financial stability. I agree. In principle, we can have more policy room and scope by raising inflation target. But you suggest this as a kind of important step of policy normalization this time. I'm not really sure. I mean, there is a timing issue, especially when inflation is really a problem, and expected inflation is already being destabilized. Now, if you want to raise policy target inflation from 2 to 4 right now, I think it will have some damage for Federal Reserve in a sense. Fed is just accommodating, the high inflation pressure, and probably do not do their job. In a sense, they are admitting implicitly they were behind the curve. So this made kind of, in danger Federal Reserve credibility problems. And also another concern actually I have is related with what you mentioned about the financial stability concern of a higher inflation target. As you mentioned, you have some hysteresis effect in labor market. I'm not probably sure, but probably we might have some kind of long-run effect on the financial side as well. And I'm not really sure how inflation is really neutral in terms of its impact on the credit cycle and financial cycle, and how inflation might mean, as you said, high interest rate, and this had critical implication, especially for the credit cycle and credit boom that actually we had right now, and given this huge amount of debt right now. And actually, I was one of the policy member at the Bank of Korea, during the period that you mentioned. Actually, I was at the Bank of Korea from 2014 to 18. At the time, credit boom was there in the housing market in Korea, and our real economy was very stagnant, and inflation was subdued. And we found that it is really difficult to push up inflation. And we actually tried to lower interest rates But at the same time, yes, as you said, we have been very cautious in terms of controlling the magnitude of this policy accommodation and the speed of interest rate cut, because it has a very significant impact in the accumulation of housing debt and some, overly, boomed in financial markets. So financial stability, yes, although it is not a primary concern for us at the Bank of Korea, probably it is a constraint in obtaining price stability in the long run. Still, it is binding constraint. So I agree that probably this concern has been working to provide some kind of soft general law bound. But at the same time, even zero lower bound, I mean, the minimum lower bound in emerging market countries is not completely determined by, just number zero, but the possibility of capital flight or the, lower interest rate impact on the profitability of, financial intermediaries functions and something like that. So it's kind of jointly determined thing. And as long as we have some, strong fundamental structure, especially, flexibility in exchange rates, I think we can allow a lower bound very close to zero. Anyway, because of this financial stability implication concern, I'm not sure whether this is a good time for us to push up this inflation target right now.
Maybe I'll chime in. I'm shocked that my proposal was not fully persuasive to everybody, but let me just throw out a few comments. I mean, first of all, actually, I am very sympathetic to the idea that negative interest rates might be an alternative. So if the Federal Reserve said, in a recession, we're going to push the funds rate down to negative 2%, and if we think that's feasible, that would be just as good as raising the inflation. That would give us the 200 basis points of easing. That would be just as good. Maybe even better. On fiscal policy, I think it is very, very dangerous to rely on fiscal policy because it's run by politicians. I'd be interested in other people's opinions, but I think if there had been a Democratic president in March 2020, we would not have had the CARES Act. We have not had the fiscal stimulus because the Republicans would have, as they did in 2008, said it's irresponsible to have a big fiscal stimulus. It was only because the Republican members of Congress wanted to support the Republican president politically that was feasible. So I think relying on fiscal policy means just gambling on the political situation. So on Markus's point about volatility being higher with higher inflation, so that I disagree with. And in the paper I cited, we talk about this at length. Yeah, but I think there's no good reason to think that if the Fed tried as hard as they could to keep inflation close to 4%, that the misses would be any bigger than if they try as hard as they can to keep it equal to 2%. Actually, in fact, they'd probably be smaller because if you're always aiming at 2%, sometimes you'll get stuck lower than that for a long time because you're at the zero bound. Actually, my colleague, Jonathan Wright, does interesting work measuring inflation uncertainty, sort of getting from different options prices, getting the distribution of inflation expectations. And he found that, in the years after 2008, there was a lot of uncertainty in the sense of financial markets perceive big tail risks in both directions. And that makes a lot of sense because on the one hand, we were at the zero bound and it wasn't crazy to think we were falling into a deflationary spiral. On the other hand, with the massive quantitative easing, it wasn't completely crazy to think, we could overshoot in the other direction. It was a situation where the Fed was kind of losing control of the situation, and that led to a lot of uncertainty. It would be nice to be in a regime where the Fed can reliably raise or lower the interest rate, and I think that would help keep inflation more stable and actually reduce uncertainty. And then just the last thing I'll say, about Markus said, well, I don't want to have to worry about inflation. you know, and I'll worry more if it's, you know, it'll be, I don't know, more of a worry or more inconvenient to deal with 4% inflation rather than the 2% inflation. I think, again, there's been research on different eras, and I have the sense that basically as long as inflation's below 5%, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Again, in the late 1980s, inflation was 4%, and people were congratulating Paul Volcker on his victory. And you know, maybe there's some inconvenience in having to deal with nominal price changes. But if you want to talk about, you know, the average person getting worried about financial things, I think if you lose your job because there's a recession and policy doesn't have the tools to counteract it, you know that'll create a lot of worry about your personal finances. So that's
All right.
so that those are my 2 bits.
Thank you. Let me jump in and at least see if there are some questions from those in the audience or on WebEx. I'm not seeing anything in the chat. Do the organizers?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, well, we'll ask if we have any questions from the floor. If you have any questions or comments, please raise your hand and we will give you the microphone. Okay, there we go. 마이크 키셔야 될 것 같아요.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question about the inflation target raised by the Laurence Board. This is so I agree with your idea that you raise a target interest rate to a higher level, but I just saw that your interest rate target is some of the 4% and higher inflation target plus the neutral real interest rate. I just want to know what is your estimate, why you just assume that the real interest rate is like a 0.5%. I think it is like, in my view, it's like similar to the growth rate, which means like a 2%. So basically I agree that we need to raise the interest rate target to make the neutral real interest rate similar to the economic growth rate. So that's my question.
I mean, the short answer to that question, I took the 0.5% number just from the Fed. The Fed says the long run level of inflation is 2%, and the long run level of the federal funds rate is 2.5%, from which one can infer they're implicitly assuming a 0.5. And that I think is consistent with a lot of people's estimates for the US. There's a general view that the neutral real rate has fallen to very low levels, but I don't have anything original to say about that.
All right, thank you. Let's see if there are other questions from the audience. I have one. Well, let me go while we hopefully get some more questions. So this is a little provocative, but I'll try it out anyway. David, you characterize the central bank as a bank and then the banker's bank. Do you see any risk that the central bank acts as a how can I put this in a nice way, to protect the banking industry in the name of financial stability and so on, which may have the implication that they're actually thwarting or discouraging innovation by non-bank financial institutions?
That's a very impolite question. Also, I should say that everything I say here are my own comments, and they are not the views of the St. Louis Fed or the Federal Reserve System. But I think, are you suggesting there might be some, what do they call it, regulatory capture, or that central bank regulators might be swayed by the arguments that private banks might make? So for example, oh dear, if we introduce a central bank digital currency, this is going to promote financial stability, and therefore central banks should be discouraged from pursuing that option. Is that what you have in mind?
No, no.
No, okay. No.
What I'm saying is digital innovation itself may be not happening on its own. I mean, take the US. The payment system can hardly be viewed as a paragon of efficiency relative to other countries that have been much more innovative on the digital front.
Well, I think you're being a little unfair there. You know, the United States was a leader back in the 60s and 70s. And of course, other jurisdictions have leapfrogged the United States, primarily because they didn't have the incumbents in place to begin with. So M-Pays as a classic example of that. But I think there are natural forces that kind of made the United States lag a little bit. But I think you're seeing that reverse now, right? I mean, you see that the clearinghouse, as I mentioned, Fed now, a similar initiative on the part of the Federal Reserve that's going to, pretty soon, all Americans are going to have access to 24/7 real-time payments.
It is reversing a little bit, but I think it's also true that in emerging markets, central banks are very leery of innovation because they're not quite sure how to regulate it. So the natural tendency is to fall back on what they know, and that's the current legacy system. So I guess I rephrase my question to say, how does one encourage innovation? And it's not changing mandates, but it means, you know, regulation is informed about what these new technologies can accomplish, and nevertheless is trying to encourage stable versions.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say very much except to say that by many accounts, I think people who are working in this space tell me that it's a very competitive and innovative sector, you know, in the United States and elsewhere. So
perhaps I can jump in a little bit. So of course, as David pointed out, in the credit card business and all this, there is some room for improvement, let's put it this way. And if I may go to Europe, it is actually the introduction of the CBDC is also used as a catalyst to speed up the private banking sector. Of course, the private banking sector has a lot of rents they want to protect. And, you know, and so the European Payment Initiative, for example, is pushed by the ECB. And actually, it's eventually, if you don't do it, then the digital euro will take it over. So there is a threat coming from CBDC in order to speed up the private sector, because the private sector has, I would say, a strong incentive to protect their own rents, and that limits certain innovations as well. On the one hand, you know, the fintech space and all this, there's a lot of innovation going on. On the other hand, the existing banking sector does some innovation, but they also have a huge incentive to protect their rents from the existing system. And the central banks could play a role in terms of setting some standards or promoting innovation to speed things up, playing a catalyst for certain transitions.
Let me ask the organizer if we're getting.
Yes, we have one more question from the floor.
Yes, good.
Yeah, I'm Yonsei Kim from Seoul National, and so because this is about the future central banking, I think, to me at least, it seems to be a time to review the efficacy of drastic monetary easing following the recession, such as, and so we had at least a couple of recent episodes after GFC and the recent COVID crisis. The reason I mean, one of the reasons at least is that because they seem to sow, so to speak, sow a seed for the potential, I guess, financial crisis, including because you know it typically involved the asset market rally following this drastic monetary easing, and more recently this also created inflationary pressure too. So I just want to hear about some of your opinions of this, whether it's time to review the efficacy of drastic monetary easing following following these recent shocks. And, yeah, thank you.
If you have any other questions or comments, please raise your hand and we will give you the microphone.
Well, I mean, I'll just say that to my mind, the big thing was actually, I think, and Markus alluded to it, was not so much the monetary easing in the recent COVID, but the fiscal response, at least in the United States. My understanding, it wasn't as great in other jurisdictions, but certainly in the United States. I mean, the Fed did its part. I think that the major thing the Fed did, and Markus alluded to this as well, were the emergency facilities put in March in 2020 that calmed the markets down, the bond markets down. And indeed, it did not even require any intervention at all. And that was a major step. The interest rate policy, okay, I think that's, and you alluded to, interest rate policy. I mean, I remember reading, or Michael Woodford presented a paper early on in the crisis where he wrote down a model that suggested that, in fact, for this type of shock, the COVID type of shock, that in fact lowering the policy rate is not an appropriate policy response, as opposed to actually he was recommending certain types of fiscal measures instead. And so I guess it is open to debate as to what the effects, adverse effects were of the added effects of lowering the policy rate in the way that contributed to an asset price bubble. I don't know about that, but to me, the 800-pound gorilla in the room was really the fiscal response, not monetary policy, apart from the emergency measures to stabilize markets.
Perhaps if I can add to that, so I agree the fiscal stimulus was a big mover, but it also, the framework the Fed put out in August 2020 was contributing to it by saying, okay, we focus now to flexible average inflation targeting. We don't specify where we take the average over. We let employment run hot, and only once. We don't have forward-looking monetary policy anymore. All of this contributed, of course, gave a signal that the Fed will not act fast enough. And it was clear fairly early on, after the stimulus packages came out, that there will be some pressure building up, and there was no movement on the Fed side for quite some while. And that's turnover of the reappointment process and all this. It's of course better to have a central bank where you have one appointment for a long period and can't be reappointed. I think that's institutionally very good feature to have. And all of these we have to rethink. And I think as the questioner pointed out, we have to think a little bit more about fiscal dominance and financial dominance, why there might be some limitations and some hesitation on the monetary side to act tough when it's actually needed early enough, rather than running after the inflation gets out of hand.
I just want to push back just a little bit, just to plant the seed thought in everybody's mind. We had a real shock. It was called the COVID shock. It was real. I mean, there's structural relocation out of goods into services, work from home, shut down sectors. Many people were affected disproportionately from the shock, people working in leisure and hospitality, for example, versus me, who could work from home, for example. It seemed appropriate that some sort of redistribution or insurance, I like to cast it as insurance, some insurance was provided to those that were hardest hit during the shock and during the recovery period. And if it was insurance, then the question is how to optimally deliver it. I mean, we don't want households flailing the way they did in the foreclosure crisis following the financial crisis and a long drawn out recovery dynamic. So Markus, one way to finance this redistribution is to actually, this inflation could be interpreted as a temporary or as a constrained efficient redistribution mechanism where, I mean, assuming the inflation eventually comes back down to target, of course, and which I think it will. And if not the inflation, how else would you have financed the insurance? That's kind of the question I have for you.
So
why would it have been better?
You can finance it. So inflation tax is not a tax which helps the poor. No, it hurts the poor the most. So
the transfers were directed to the bottom half of the income distribution, Markus. These were
I agree with that. So it is.
Well, it was what you just said was not quite correct. You have to factor in the effect of the transfers plus the inflation tax.
If you net it out, perhaps then it's not so regressive. But you could also have a stimulus package, and then you have a wealth tax or whatever tax on the more wealthy rather than an inflation tax. But I agree with you. I think I'm not against the stimulus in the sense that you have to help the poor and the households. You're right on that. Whether then financing through an inflation tax is the ideal way of financing that's a different question.
If there's a time, I have a question about something that Markus said about the emergency facilities, which Markus characterized it as the Fed was assuming tail risk, and that's an important new role for central banks going forward. I mean, that characterization of policy is saying they did something illegal, because under the Federal Reserve Act, they could only make well-secured loans. And of course, Congress passed legislation saying that the Treasury is putting up some money to protect the Fed. So this is a question. What's the right way to think about that? I guess first of all, was the Fed really protected, or was it really taking on risk? And should it be allowed to take on risk? Should we amend the Federal Reserve Act to say loans don't have to be completely well secured?
Well, we had Section 13.3, remember?
Yes.
And what happened when Bernanke exercised Section 13.3 during the crisis, what happened was Congress removed those powers, or at least greatly weakened them. So during those crises events, like I said before, I mean, typically what you see is joint monetary and fiscal collaboration. This is very common. So, I mean, I don't know why you'd want to grant the Fed unilateral power to act in a tail event. I think a tail event, a war, a pandemic, a financial crisis, this requires close collaboration and coordination with all levels of government.
I agree with that statement. But in general, it is the case if you assume certain tail risks and redistribute risk to many nominal claim holders, let's say, the risk itself is becoming smaller because the distribution of risk matters a lot, how big the whole endogenous risk in the system is. And this way, just assuming it, you reduce the total risk. And who can then do it, whether it's the Fed alone or together with the Treasury and the Congress, that's then some implementation question. But there is a social welfare gain from redistributing the risk and not having it concentrated in certain sectors.
All right. Well, the organizers are being very patient with us, and I wish we could continue this, but I think we have to respect the hour. So thank you to all the panelists. I thought it was a very productive and very stimulating session. Thank you. And I turn it back to the organizer.
Well, thank you for yes, please give them a big round of applause. Well, we know that it's almost midnight in the US, but despite being in completely different time zones, all of our distinguished panelists have joined us live today virtually while staying up well into the night. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for giving us the most constructive panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of big applause. Thank you. And also, we would like to sincerely thank all of our honorable attendees as well, both online and offline. So with this, we would like to conclude the Bank of Korea International Conference 2022. Thank you so much. Have a good night in the US and have a good day here in Korea. Thank you.